Welcome out. So, episode 77. How are we all doing?
Yay.
Great.
Okay, yeah, nice. Love the enthusiasm. Let's go.
Pretty good, I think.
I mean, I remember what happened last week.
Yeah, that's
just
the
gotta jump right
thing. Like,
into it,
we
huh?
were all like,
we're not
hey,
in
it's
character
Sunday.
yet, you know.
I'm always
Happy
feeling my character's emotions.
That's my secret. Yeah.
Well, other than the events of unfolding in game, are we all good?
Yeah. Sure.
Yes.
Yes.
What are you looking at, Shane?
I had to get my thing up there. I have my TV up there,
Oh, okay.
which is my monitor.
You're just looking to the sky.
I was looking at God.
Yeah. Whenever he needs
He's
to
always
double
in
check
character.
a cleric spell.
He's always in character.
Actually, that's a genius idea. Have your cleric spells up the top, so you're always like, I'm going to cast Bless.
That's where I put it.
Yeah, that's smart.
Before we get into the recap and get started, does anyone have anything they want to announce or shout out or anything like that?
I'm 30 years old tomorrow.
Tomorrow!
Yeah.
Well,
Happy early birthday.
we can consider this
So fun.
your birthday inspiration stream if you like.
Please, I think I'm gonna need it today. Thank you.
That's fair. Well, happy early birthday, Bree. Welcome
Thank
to the
you.
30 Club.
Happy birthday!
Thanks,
Season Love and Dead.
John.
Happy birthday! Happy birthday!
Tell the meek voice of tomorrow. Happy birthday.
The enthusiasm.
Can I tell an anecdote about my kid that's like slightly
Yeah.
D&D related?
Yes.
Today, I was asking her what she wants to be when she grows up, and she was like, I want to be a scientist. And I was like, oh, that's great. What kind of scientist do you want to be? Like, what would you want to study? And she was like, I want to make potions and do magic.
Nice.
And I was like, okay. And she was like, because science is magic, mommy. Did you know that? And I was like,
Yeah.
I can't refute that entirely.
Yeah. Like, you can't really tell her it's not. Like,
That's true. That's
So
one of the
my kid
rules
wants to
of
be
the
an
artificer.
alchemist, is what I
That's
learned
amazing.
today.
Yeah.
Nice.
Artificer main.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well,
You heard Tomato talking about making like something animate object and give it full of acid and then have it explode in someone, and she's like, "This is the job for me."
Yeah.
Well,
Turns out she's a
100%
big fan of the show.
She's watching right now.
Oh God.
Hi, Clark.
I have a request for Shane. Could you read the recap, but could you put it on the top screen?
Did you just
Oh, God.
groan?
Yeah.
This exempts you for next week. Don't worry.
Thank God. Oh, it's kind of short. Okay. Last we left off, we spent some time around Keldravast running into Almo and Gale, the assistant to Eshatolan, before attending the Great Hunt ceremony. Contender after contender tried to win the judges over, all of them bards and previous winners, but it wasn't long until Basil spun the tale of Godsbane's dragon kill to win the judges' favor. Once the competition was over, we waited around for our entry into the Hall of Hunters before being messaged by Yule. She had Timothy scry on her and revealed that she was, in fact, Gale. Timmy watched as Almo drank the poison and dropped against the table, dead.
So there, outside the Hall of Hunters, you stand waiting for the ceremony to begin, waiting for someone to come and greet you. When you'd heard that voice, Basil, and you had just scryed in, Timothy, you've just seen Ammo collapse against the table. You'll leave the room, her guise of Gale still on. And people start getting up.
What is it? What do you see?
It's Gale.
Who's Gale?
No,
What
we
about-
need to go find
Gale's
him now.
hurt?
No, Almo is.
Elmo's hurt. Where?
Where was it? At the tavern?
That was at the Bloody Piss.
Basil's already headed off.
What happened to him? What happened?
He drank
I'll follow
something.
Basil.
How far away is this place? from here?
Probably a good hour and a half of travel.
Is Gale okay? As we're going.
Yeah. You're telling me in the middle of this important moment I had to say the bloody piss out loud? Thank you for that.
I'm sorry. Maybe if you rush there, if you sprint there, under an hour you could get there.
How acceptable is it to ride a horse or a mount of some kind
Or a giant wolf
inside
and carry
of
it?
Oh,
this?
Yeah.
Rude, but not an arrestable offense, probably. You'd
Could
probably
I
get-
go wolf
Giant wolf?
to get there fast? Yeah. I don't feel like Basil would be really thinking about
Yeah. Okay.
consequences.
How many can he carry? Of us?
Yeah.
I mean, I've also got Phantom Steed, which can move pretty quickly if at a fast pace.
You could probably get there in probably 20 minutes, tops 15 minutes then. Probably 15 minutes. If you turn into a giant wolf, you'll draw in a lot of attention, but you probably could just push past.
Fine. He's probably not.
Who's
thinking
around
about
us right now?
You're in the Hall of Hunters. You're kind of mostly left alone outside of a few guards.
Okay. Timmy, what happened to Gale? Is Gale okay? What's Gale? What about Gale?
Gale is Yule.
What?
Okay. And Elmo drank. You said he drank something.
Just because I'm going to interrupt, you're already turning into a giant wolf and moving, right?
it. Oh yeah. He's
Okay. And then
Getting
you
out
go
of
on your
there.
Phantom Steed, Edward?
Yeah, sure.
Edward,
anyone can hop on. By the way,
All right.
he's just gonna.
just because this is
trying
because
to get
Basil
there
wants
as
to go
fast
there
as
as soon as
possible.
possible. He doesn't want a
Yeah, yeah.
conversation.
I think we would all be on Basil's back.
So that
You
was
see-
supposed to be as.
As you kind of climb up, but this is going to be intense because essentially you just became a massive giant direwolf in the middle of the Hall of Hunters. You see a bunch of the guards kind of stare as you just kind of dart forward. Who's on the back of Basil?
I'm gonna, as I'm getting on the back of Basil, I'm gonna grab a guard
Okay.
and I'm gonna tell, I don't know, whatever guard I grab, find Wedging Luck, tell him to meet us at the Bloody Piss.
The guard kind of looks at you. What? Huh? What's going on?
Now,
What's going on?
find
Sure.
Wedging Luck.
He rushes off.
Okay.
You turn into the giant wolf there. So is anyone... I know Adderwood's jumping on the center fantasy. Everyone's getting on the wolf. Other than that. It would carry about 3 of you.
I wouldn't get on. I'm too big.
Okay.
He'd probably
I
like
mean,
just
I could
run.
spend another minute and make Scold another Phantom Steed. I can do multiple of those at a time. It just takes a minute to cast.
I'll just fucking run that dude.
I'll just take another minute. It'll be way faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a difference of an
Alright.
hour to 20 minutes.
It's
That'll work.
you
Just
guys
stay
would
behind
arrive
for a minute and make
1
mounts
minute
for
late
everyone
instead
that
of
can't
half
make
an hour late or 45 minutes late.
Yeah.
If you do that way. So if
Okay.
you stay behind to do that, this giant wolf starts charging through the hallways. You see guard. One of them got out! One of them got out! Call for the Handmaster! You see them kind of rushing around. People screaming as they
God.
run out of the way. You're darting, you're going down the stairs, moving around. People kind of come up. They don't know if they should pull out the crossbows. Get off the streets now! Pushing aside. People just rushing into their buildings. People hiding behind pillars. Anything as you dart through the streets. You see people are marshalling. Soldiers kind of gathering together. Confusion just kind of being pushed through the entirety of the city. As you're kind of going down the stairs, a gateway's ahead of you. You leap over it. Just dying your way through the slums. The slums less kind of guarded at this point as well. So you'd see the guards there kind of confused. Some people kind of shoot up at you. One of them's going to fire a bow towards you, just in the confusion. But just with an 8, you see it goes... You dodge under it. Someone comes and pushes him aside. That's one of our hounds, you fool. It's got out. What are we meant to do? You can kind of hear these voices you're darting past. Soldiers are gathering kind of behind you. And you hear the... And then a horn just go... Marking that something's going on in the city. You see guards kind of marshalling as you kind of keep going your way through. Adderwood and Skull, you're kind of riding through your steeds. People are not paying attention now. They're just kind of considering your guards on the way to kind of stop it. You're rushing past other guards and soldiers kind of gathering, moving their way down, trying to communicate.
You know, I probably could have done something about this before they ran off.
Too late now.
Yeah.
You skid around into the dorms district. and you rush towards the bloody piss. You end up just outside. You can see guards probably like just gathering, horns kind of calling together, people just rushing, getting people inside. It's mostly an evacuation as opposed to like an attack. You can see they've almost got kind of parameters in case any of their creatures got out or in case something burst into the city. Guards are starting to gather around the area though. You're just outside the bloody piss. Within 15 minutes.
Grab another guard at the bloody piss. He's probably freaking out.
See, I'm gonna kind of look to you.
Hey, you. I need you to calm everyone down, and then I need you, and I'm going to point to another one, to come inside with us right now. And then I'm going to grab, I'm sure there's another one, and I'm going to minor illusion Gale, and I'm going to say, if you see her, tell us right away. Stay away from her. She's dangerous. Tell us.
Roll a persuasion check.
I think probably Basil and Fabio have already walked in.
Okay.
Yeah, I would.
You see
I
people
would
kind of
drop
gathering. They're
polymorph.
confused by the horns
Only a
and stuff.
16.
You can see they've put ammo onto a long table. With the 16, the guard just goes on. I don't know what you're talking about, miss. We need to get you inside. Well, do you know the creature? They're kind of look confused as Basil's kind of just transformed back in there.
Everything's fine. If you see this woman, you need to tell us.
Who are you?
I'm Fia. The rest of us together are Godsbane. You may have heard of us. I need you to keep an eye out for this woman. It is very important. She is very dangerous.
Listen, lady, you have to tell us what she done.
She killed a friend of ours in there.
Look, the body in there is under control. Right now, we've got a crisis going throughout the city. As you guys are walking in there, you can see ammo's been laid out on a long table. People kind of gathering around, checking it. Someone sniffs the glass and is kind of checking around. It's a couple of guards about, oh, no, don't get too close. Don't get too close. This
What
man's
happened
been
to
killed.
him?
Poison, we think. The glass stinks of it.
Basil would try to start pushing through to see
Hey,
Alma
hey.
up close to
You see,
himself.
kind of one of the guards steps in front of you. You can see he's kind of wearing like a captain's, almost like a slight kind of shoulder cloth, like a regal kind of purple. He goes, "No, we're not letting anyone near the body. Who, are you family?"
Yes. And he would just try to keep pushing past, not
Gonna
even
let you
face.
pull past and say, "This is a crime scene. We're investigating this currently. Steps up beside you. Do not touch. Someone has murdered them. We imagine it's just one of the."
Was there a woman here, kind of like mousy with glasses?
Looks across the bartender. Yeah.
Where did she go?
I don't know. I think we didn't. It was with him.
Yeah, we think she's the one who fucking did this. So you have no idea, no clue.
I just served the drinks. I don't know. You see another patron. I saw her rush off during the fray.
Where? Which direction?
Just outside. She walked outside.
Okay, Fabio will step outside to Fia and be like, apparently she left already.
All right, I'm going to look at the guard who is kind of still a little bit confused and wants us to do whatever. I'm going to subtly cast suggestion and be like, you need to help me. Listen to me and keep an eye out for this woman. You need to help us.
Okay.
Wisdom save, DC 17.
16.
Okay.
I'll help you.
Thank you.
Woman is dangerous. I'll gather
She
the guy.
is.
Kind of rushes off
Okay.
to kind of find others.
Adaward?
Yeah, Adaward and Scold have
Okay,
just
I'm here
arrived at this
yet.
moment.
Okay.
Oh, have we? Okay.
Yeah,
Can-
about minutes past.
Is she watching us right now? Can you tell if she's watching us?
Let me take a look. Yeah, he'll cast the invisibility.
You see nothing of invisible, nothing around you that could be denoted as a scrying spell.
Okay. I'm going to take out tack.
Okay.
And just audio, no visual. I'm going to send a message to Yule.
Okay.
I'm going to say, coward. We'll put you and your master down as easily as we did Nithrax. Hope you paid attention to our victory story. Run, little lapdog. And that's it.
While they're doing that, I am going to cast Very's telepathic bond on the group.
Okay.
Nice.
Inside, Basil. Oh yeah, it's Fabio.
No, it's fine.
You're inside at the moment, Basil, standing near Armor. He's
Basil's
lying there
just-
with kind of this, almost these kind of black veins going across his neck. They seem to fade into his chest, up to his chin. His eyes are closed. They've closed his eyes. His mouth's slightly open. He lies there looking kind of pale. He is dead.
Basil's just staring on in disbelief, like tears welling up in his eyes. He's shaking, fists clenched at his sides, clearly kind of losing it. He looks around for the nearest thing that's breakable.
Glasses, ornaments on the side. You can see a vase with flowers in it.
I think he'd probably just go for a table and try to flip it and punch the wall
Yeah.
out of fury.
You launch a table. You see it kind of scatter around. One of the bartender kind of looks over annoyed, and one of the guys just kind of shushes him. They let you kind of throw off your rage. You see the table slash against the wall, and you just punch the wall. Your fist kind of just graining against it, leaving a slight dent against it. Don't worry, miss. We'll be investigating this. It's likely to do with one of the underground. This is kind of their forte. We have criminals in the city that maybe was in the wrong crowd. Do you know if you had any enemies?
He's asking me.
Yeah.
Basil kind of wouldn't even register the voice and would just walk out.
Hey, as a little extra security thing for this, while we're dealing with all of this, Elward's going to cast Arcane Eye
Okay.
and then send it out to basically be a sentry, like 50 or 60 feet above us and just scout the whole, like, the streets. It can go as far away from me as I want.
Yeah.
In any direction. It gives me full 360 degrees of vision everywhere.
Roll a perception check.
Okay. That's
I'm just going to try and smell Gale.
Okay. Yeah. Roll a perception check. Your smell.
I heard she's smelly as fuck.
That bitch stinks.
She's stanky.
Thank you, bitch.
Okay, one sec.
What are you doing, Timothy, as well?
I want to try scrying for Yule again. Since we have met Yule, I guess it's a -2 for her save.
Nice, dude.
Nice.
I rolled a 25 on the smell.
You,
So that's a 19 and 25. Pretty good.
with the perception check, you'd see closer to the kind of entranceway of where you guys came in, into the dorm district. You can see other guards gathering. You can see the tensions have kind of started to fade as they're passing through information. And you can see people starting to gather and head towards the front entrance. And there's almost this hushed tone across them, people looking scared. For you, Skull, the scent does lead further out. Timothy. You push your scrying eyes, your eyes roll back. Your orb appears. At first, you get a gust of wind blow past you. And you see Yule mid-transformation. Her body breaking. The skin kind of pulling with scales bursting through. Her size growing to an enormous amount. Equal that of Nithrax. She's not in the city anymore. She's halfway down the bridge. And she's leaning over the side You can hear people screaming on the bridge as they're running away from that area. And you see as she leans over, flies up into the air, her wings beating, causing air just to fly around her. And she just pulls back her breath and hurls a massive bolt of lightning into the ice formation. You can see the ice just turning into slush. You see it kind of, the light eviscerating all layers of ice down to the massive titanous body of Belamos. You see her land down there and dig a claw in. You hear this guttural. She tears out one of his eyes and then again tears out the other. Pushes up with her wings and flies south, away from the city and into the wilderness.
It's real gross.
Jeez.
I would explain everything I see as it's happening to everyone around me.
Okay. What the fuck does she need his eyes for? Basil? You okay?
No.
Do you wanna... I'm gonna just hug him.
He doesn't really respond to your hug, but
I'm really sorry.
he's shaking.
You hear 2 horn blasts. Just reverberating through the city. People are looking around panicked. You can see as they're pushing forward any of their ballistae towards the front gate. You can see as people are rushing across these ramparts, pieces of the city you don't really even see, where the brickwork's hanging out and they've got like ladders going around to the window areas and archers gathering and rushing around. You hear murmurs. You hear the captain kind of come out. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on out here? A guard rushes over. Captain, there's been a blue dragon sighting just south of the city. We're gathering anything to defend the city right now. There are soldiers, and you see him kind of rush off away from the group. People gathering, the whole soldiers, the city kind of going into an armament.
It's already gone.
Yeah. Okay. Is there some... Timmy, is there anything you can do? Like if... For,
I think we should ask the other clerics first in case there's one better than I am. If we try it and I mess up, it's going to make it harder for them. I mean, we don't know. We just can't risk me messing up.
No.
Okay. Okay. We should do that. I told a guard to get wedging luck because he would want to know.
He's probably pretty fucking distracted now. She'll
Yeah.
look up, kind of like she's looking for the dragon.
And if he's on his way, he's not going to be here for a little bit. She's
We should have
gone,
known.
right?
We should
don't
have
know
known. I just feel like we could have stopped this somehow.
I mean, I think something did feel weird, right? But she's always been weird. She's always been Yule, I guess. But, like, Cadman said that we wouldn't be able to tell. And we've... I mean, she's probably not going to look like that next time we see her.
I can't believe she got away with this.
She's not getting away with this. She got away for now. She's not getting away with this. Okay. We need to see if we can get Elmo to the clerics. We need to tell Wedging Luck what happened. Because he came here with Elmo. He's going to want to know. We should tell Cadman what happened. And then we got to make a plan. Right?
Yeah. Alma first. Let's.
Okay. I guess we can go in and talk to the guards around his body. Hi.
As you go inside, all the guards have left. You see the kind of bartenders. Most of the patrons are gone. A couple of the people are like around the area, like confused. The bartender goes, "Oh, good, you're back.
Hey.
Hey, they've left the body here." They've left Alma on the table. There's no one kind of looking over him or kind of even watching anymore. The guards rushed out to deal with the dragon.
Okay. How far is the hospital temple?
Probably 15 minutes away, 10 minutes away.
Okay. I guess we can just take him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
No one else is going to do it.
Okay.
All right.
So you're going to carry him there.
Basil will pick him up.
She's going to pick him up, and you begin to leave with him as well.
I'm going to say to the bartender, did he have anything with him? Do you have like a bag or anything? If he had any stuff, I want to take that with.
He kind of leans down and goes, "That's his flute over there on the stage."
Okay. I'll grab that.
You grab his flute, you pick up Almo, you start heading towards the temple. As you're kind of midway there, you hear another horn. Guards kind of rushing around again. There's a couple of sounds of as you can hear the Blisteye quite close firing towards something.
Joe, if like we're hearing like if there's actually like sounds shooting at something outside, Adelward is sending the arcane eye to look at the
Send it
source
up
of
there?
that. Yeah.
Just goes right past through one of the giant windows where the guards have kind of gone around. As it comes up there, you can hear people. Can you hear through it?
Let me see. Mentally receive visual information, no
Okay.
sound.
So you're just going up there and you're watching. You see people kind of shouting at each other, but no visuals coming out. Sorry, no audio coming out. And you go over outside the window, and you can see flying off into the distance, heading the same way Yule did, a massive purple dragon, soaring through the skies, heading south.
Fucking knew it.
Huh. 2 dragons.
What do you mean 2 dragons?
I mean 2 dragons, as in
What?
that one I don't think is Yule. Is Yule supposed to be purple?
It's blue.
Well, that
No.
one's purple. That or I'm colorblind.
That one's on Mythos.
Okay.
Okay. All right, that doesn't change this. We still gotta take Elmo to the temple.
Adelward will recall the arcane eye closer to him again, so it can sort of scout areas around them. In case of a psycho assassin that can turn invisible and attack us.
You press on through to the temple as the kind of the general atmosphere of the city's kind of changed. Civilians are heading into their homes and whatnot. Some people are rushing into the temple. They're like, you see one of the kind of the younger priests just somewhere steps forward and says, "You can take refuge in here. Don't worry. Come on in." And you look down to your friend and say, "Anyone's hurt? We can heal them in here. Quickly now. Quickly now." They kind of usher you all inside. You can see people gathering scared in their families or friends kind of muttered around. some of the clerics kind of just heading around, just making sure everyone's okay, healing any damage. But they notice there's not actually, no one's really hurt. A couple of people might have got knocked over in the scuffle of things, and small fights broken out, but nothing beyond that. So they're mostly just reassuring people and keeping people safe. People murmuring now about a dragon. One of the clerics steps up towards you. Hello, you can settle down over in the corner there. We have some space over that way. If you need beds or anything, we can get them stationed. This temple will be safe for as long as we can. We'll keep you all occupied in here. We have guards that will station outside the doors. If you need anything, please, see to us. Where do you want to take Alma?
I think Basil's just operating like a husk at this point, so I'll just go wherever you guys lead.
Are there a lot of people around that are like actively, I don't know, being treated for injuries at this moment, or is it just people that are like
injuries.
panic?
It's mostly
Okay.
panic. There's not many injuries.
And then we'll flag down a cleric.
Yeah, you'd see an elf step over, long. She's got long, kind of flowing, blondie, kind of almost white hair, very sharp features. She steps over. How can I be of service?
Our friend gestures to Almo. We think he drank something.
He's poisoned. He's murdered.
Is he still... She looks... Oh.
Is there anything you can do? Please.
We don't have those kind of resources here, I'm afraid. But any diamonds are used for diplomats or
What if we
higher positions.
We have the resources. We just need the greatest
help?
one of you, one who deals with death even.
And send for the head cleric and see what he can do. She heads off. A couple more bring out like a bed for him to lie down, almost like a kind of a medical bed, just to lie down. You get your own kind of quiet corner. You see an elderly human man step out. He's got no hair on the top of his head, just a kind of wispy, very white beard that kind of comes out rather ragged. His skin almost slightly poxed, and his eyes, kind of these crow's feet, kind of come all the way down to the side of his head. He wears a very small monocle that rests over his nose and kind of loops around, and he steps forward. Hello, if you'd like to come with me, we can get you into a spare room. And he steps around and heads into a side room, allowing you to bring Almo and Lime on this kind of flat stone bed area.
Okay.
I was told that, well, first, I'm High Cleric Almon.
Hi.
I've told you have diamonds for the means. This is something I have not performed in a while. But if you're willing to spare the resources, we can. He looks down, and he looks across each of you. How long has she been dead?
What would it be, like half an hour ish?
Is it, yeah, like 40 minutes?
Probably about 40. Yeah.
Okay.
There is a chance this doesn't work then.
Okay.
I'm able to cast, if you have a diamond worth 1,000 gold.
Do we actually? I don't know. I don't know. I know I don't.
Timmy bought hella diamonds, so I guess Timmy knows.
Let me see. I think our biggest one was 1,200. Yeah.
Yeah, you can
Fine.
also use the combined amount. Like you can.
You could just use multiple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's just have to have 1,000 gold.
Because I know we have a lot of smaller ones we could use.
Oh yeah. Well, from Nithrax we got one worth 500 and three worth 300. So.
We do 2 300s and a 500, just to get 11.
So you gather up all those diamonds. There is a chance this does not work.
Is there anything we can do to?
Yes. This will be a resurrection. To bring a spirit back to its body when it's been in the plane of souls for so long is a difficult feat. Who was closest to him?
Me.
You can aid.
I'm gonna squeeze Basil's hand.
He looks towards Timothy as well. You are a cleric to our goddess.
I am. Not as skilled as you are, but yes.
It just matters not. Perhaps you can aid as well.
I'll do my most.
I will tell you when. You may choose to do so. Above board, we're going to be entering into a resurrection ritual again. You see him take the diamonds. He weaves a spell. They break up and go into his throat, into his body, and infuse with him. He hovers the spell over. His eyes glow a soft, radiant glow, goldish. The way a resurrect ritual works, if you don't remember, is I'll be basically making a d20 roll. On a 10 or higher, it's a success. The DC is 10 though. You can enter into this ritual to reduce the odds. Sorry, to put the odds into your favor. A successful ritual attempt can reduce it by 3. 3 people can enter. So, for example, you can say you wanted to use a religion wisdom check, or you might want to use some sort of charisma check, pleading with the gods. Successful, I'll set the DC. I'll let you know how hard it will be before going in, whether you want to do it or not. I'll set the DC. If you beat the DC, it lowers his resurrection DC by 3. If you fail, it does increase by 1. There is a chance of risk by entering. Up to 3 people can enter. You don't have to have 3 people enter. You can go for a straight roll, which would be a 10 or above success. Under 10, a failure. You see as he looks towards you. The gods are listening. It would seem his spirit is heading towards Chorus. Who would like to enter the ritual? Or do we leave it up to fate?
Basil would step forward, for sure. Letting go of Fia's hand. He's gonna pull out Almo's loot. And he is going to play the first song they ever played together.
Okay.
Should I keep this roll hidden?
Yeah. If you could roll
How
it,
do I do that again?
I believe there should be a roll to DM
You
thing as you go over to the D20 on the left.
Yeah, it's like GM in the upper corner when you.
Okay,
little thingy.
perfect.
That should do it, I think.
I can tell you the DC will be a moderate DC, which is good odds for you, as you're calling out to chorus. Could you tell me? It's going to be a performance check. Could you tell me
Yeah.
your performance modifier so that? Because when you send it to
It's
just a D20.
plus 13.
Okay.
Performance.
Roll the
but-
D20 towards me.
Okay. I also don't mind if you give Basil like a detriment because he's not doing so hot right now.
No.
Okay.
In these moments of grief, you find sorrow in your song. Okay. You begin playing the first song you two played together. And because you're a College of Creation bard, you see, as you're playing it, the music manifests itself. It's the small notes. He seems to breathe in. There's this moment of kind of beauty as there's just the room is quiet and people can just listen to your song outside. And when the song's done, you see the priest bow his head. Are there any others?
I'll ask Somer for aid along with you. Oh, you said I could do a wisdom religion check?
Yeah, if you would like to do a wisdom religion check,
Okay.
you can.
That would be better.
Skull just folds his arms and leans against the wall.
Yeah, Adelward's doing the same thing.
No, ignore that. I didn't mean to click that. How do I add my own modifier to a private roll that I do to you? Well, I could just say add 9 to this.
Yeah, add 9 to this, yeah.
Okay, it's rolling the... It should be... And along with this, during this prayer, could I make it a divine intervention as well, just to be on top of that? Since I'm asking Somer for
You
aid.
can do a divine intervention roll, yeah.
Okay. Because I might as well.
Can I just ask, what do you need to roll?
Anything below my level.
I saw your face.
Yes,
What is that?
Please accept a portion of these diamonds. Please bestow upon us a consideration. Soul is not ready for the afterlife, and it might go on toward Chorus, but perhaps it'd be part of yours. Please, half us all. Barter for the Chorus to return this soul to its body. What do you say, Timothy?
I would speak to Somra and say, this wasn't his fault. It was ours. Do not let him suffer for what we did.
There's a moment where you feel your eyes close, Timothy. And you start dreaming. And you feel someone's presence. And you feel her whispering into your mind. I'll help. And Almo's eyes open.
Oh my god.
You see the
Nice.
poison. And he coughs up this kind of black sludge. The cleric looks down confused. It is very rare for that to work, and so quickly. You see, I'm
gonna clap him
wipes
on the
his
back,
mouth.
the cleric.
This whole time for
Basil's
everyone
gonna
else,
immediately hug him.
Timothy, your hand is glowing at that point as well. And you can feel like you're almost drawing the poison out of his body.
Oh shit.
Basil? Godsbane?
Hey.
You're
What
alive.
happened?
How you feel, bud?
I've had very off food.
Yeah,
Kinda-
bad breakfast.
Did really off.
Gillian's
What
up.
was the last thing you remember?
I was performing a song. I sang about Godsbane. Just because you just won the competition. I sat down and bought a couple of celebratory. Well, Gail bought us drinks. And then woke up here, I suppose. What happened? Did I have too much to drink?
No. Gail is not who she's led any of us to believe she is.
She's
I'm so sorry to tell you that, but
is she okay?
Oh,
She won't be.
What do you mean?
wrong.
she poisoned you, Almo. She poisoned you, and she's not
What?
Gail.
What do you?
Look at me. I'm serious. Please. I'm sorry.
Why would she do that?
To get back at us and me. She's someone we've made enemies with along the way.
Gail doesn't have.
Mortified.
Gail doesn't have enemies. She spends most of
It's
the
an
time reading
act,
books.
Almo. She's a dragon.
Almo, you know the story that we told about Nithrax? Nithrax was there because another dragon asked him to be. And that was her.
Gail, she likes books. She likes reading.
She's
She likes
conniving
lies.
and manipulative, a liar, a murderer.
Basil, can I talk to you outside?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna give Almo his flute that I picked up.
And takes and just
he'll
looks
get
at
up
us.
and follow Skull.
Okay, you step outside with Skull.
We should go. I'm gonna go round up our people, and he should come with us, I think.
Oh, just to interrupt. Your people, you sent your people off. They went early.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So they've sort of started making their way to Kongstoll.
Okay.
He doesn't have anyone, and he's not safe here on his own. So,
I-
we'll take him to Kongstoll. Okay.
okay. I agree. Yeah. Thank you, Skull. How do you deal with anger about something like this? It's not something I'm used to feeling.
He leans in. I fight things.
Yeah, I think I'd like to fucking kill her.
Let's find something to fight.
Sounds
And
good.
then he'll go back inside.
I'll follow.
Ammo's kind of fully set up, right? And the cleric is just double checking him. And it seems to be absolutely fine. The cleric looks towards you, Timothy, and goes, "I have a word with you." And he steps outside with you.
So many sidebars.
Right?
Spicy.
Fabia says that. Game.
Love it.
Inside still though, Almo looks across as you come back in, Basil. I'm sorry. So I didn't know.
What? You have nothing to be sorry about. Don't even start apologizing. I'm sorry for getting you involved in this with my recklessness, our recklessness as a group.
You know, it makes you feel stupid once you find out. She would always ask about your group. A lot about you, Basil, and a lot about the group in general, but I just thought it was naive excitement or jealousy towards you. But so I used to tell everything I know, and
Don't you start blaming yourself. Don't you dare. You couldn't have known. None of us knew. I need to ask of you to come with us, if that's okay. I would never forgive myself if something happened to you again after this.
I just need to tell Mr. Luck that I could come with you, but I'd have to excuse myself from his service.
I'm gonna look at Fia.
I had a guard tell him to meet us at the Bloody Piss, but how well do you know him?
Mr. Luck, I've studied on him for months.
Like, uninterrupted months? Does he leave at all for periods of time?
Short periods of time, yes, of course. I mean, he's one of the most talented bards in the land, of course. He has to leave. He's a busy man.
Do you know how old he is?
You're about to tell me he's a dragon as well. I don't know. In his 50s, I imagine? Music keeps you youthful, I suppose.
Does he, do you know if he had, like, family in the area or anything?
Well, no, he's alone. Not really a settled down kind of guy.
Well, if he shows up at the Bloody Piss, they'll tell him that we took you here, and we can leave a message here. Otherwise, I can try and send him a message later.
Okay.
To let
Just
him
have to
know.
Let him know.
Yeah.
You can definitely do that.
Did I die?
Yes. Yeah, you did.
How was it? Not many people go to the other side.
It's true.
It's a music. Joy. I didn't want to leave. But I heard... It was almost like I fell asleep. I woke up again. Here. I could hear this song. The first song we played together, Basil.
Imagine that.
Well, I'll go wherever you need me to go. I don't want to put you guys in danger again.
You didn't put us in danger.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw what we brought in at the start, but
I suppose if there's a dragon after anyone, and if it's got a vindication against me or to get through to you, I suppose you're the safest people to be around right now.
Yeah.
Outside, Timothy, you'd see the Clericus kind of... I have performed 2 resurrections in my life before this. Once on one of the old council, and once the former head cleric. one time it was successful, and it was not to my master. But the time it was successful, it took some time to go through. And the transaction was obvious. We are salesmen to the other side, during moments like that. That was different. Sumra herself aided in that. You have a connection with her that I'm not, in my 74 years, studying under her. I've seen no one have that.
I didn't do it purposefully. I felt guilty. I needed to let her know that I wanted forgiveness.
Well, you're blessed by her. Favored. Today we saw a miracle, and you were the one to perform it. There's many people here that would like to study under you, I'm sure. Consider it if you ever come back through.
I mean, I might. There are other reasons I might want to come back here too. I do have one favor to ask of you.
Yes.
The temple, the hospital.
Yes.
If I ever need aid, me and my companions, are we free to visit whenever we need to?
You're blessed by Sumra, my boy. I would beg of you to come back with your friends anytime you can.
All right, I thank you.
This is a home to all. And he leaves Anna's head. I'm thankful your friend survived. Walks off, leaving you. Ammo stands up, ready to follow you out the door.
We're still in the dorms district, right? So we're close-ish to the Foot Locker?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should just stop in to the Foot Locker to let them know what just happened.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess get whatever we need to get and get moving, right? Do we need any supplies? Do we need any potions, any more, any diamond, anything like that?
We don't have diamonds here, we know that.
Okay, Foot Locker, Marketplace. Oh, fuck, we should. Where was the hall, the first place we were at? Was that like by the marketplace, the hall that we were waiting for? Like,
oh, the Hall of Heroes. That's up in Hold Hunters. Sorry, that's up in the main hall area. It's where you basically called out and did your did the ceremony.
We should probably tell them that we're.
I can't remember either. Did we want to investigate like that place that Fabia heard like eavesdropped on?
Oh, right.
Because I could do that with my arcane eye right now.
Oh,
you can
sure.
send it that
Yeah,
far?
because I
Just
was
see if
gonna
If you
say.
explain where it is, my eye can squeeze into like tiny cracks, and like
Yeah,
kinda
I
sneak
think it
in.
would be like a hilarious comedy of errors, but I think she could eventually like explain to you where to send it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you see a house with a red roof? Did you see a house with a red roof at any point during that? When I was walking down the street, I don't want
was
like
there a
stumbling into
clothesline?
things. You see,
Maybe like, are we talking like rust red?
it's
Or are we
kind of
saying
a,
like
it's kind
like
of a rusty
blood?
red. It's got
Okay.
a chimney. I see a chimney.
Yeah, probably. I don't know. Just keep walking. Just keep walking. Just keep going. Just keep going. We'll find something.
You will probably have to recast it, just because you.
Yeah, I'll recast it.
Once you get close enough. But yeah, if you want to head towards that area, Ammo stays at the back with you guys, and if you're heading towards the kind of it's by where the stairs lead up, the massive giant steps.
We would go by the Foot Locker first, right?
The Foot Locker's in this
'cause it's
district.
where-
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's where we're at.
Okay.
How far away can your arcane eye be from you?
Infinite.
Oh shit. Okay.
Doesn't have a
Damn.
limit.
Okay.
It just
Yeah.
has a
Then
time limit how long they can
Fabia
do it.
would like draw you a map then to the general area, and then would kind of help you find what looked right, because she'll remember that like it went like kind of down underneath and stuff like that. So.
Okay.
Dude, we can multitask. That's great.
Yeah, it's true.
Love it.
It is.
Right?
It is
The
about
usefulness.
an hour and a bit away, so he would have to go out to cast that near there. That's semantics. If you go into the Footlocker first to see
Yeah.
Cadvan, head in, and in his familiar kind of stall area, you kind of push through the curtain. You can see as the kind of couple of the kobolds are kind of leaning up, asleep, and you'd see Cadvan is standing up and he's packing his things away. You can see this kind of room was once like a dining hall. It's now like a bedroom. It seems like it morphs. And you can see he's kind of packing his bag away, and he looks up. Oh, huh.
Hi.
Yes.
Hey, did you hear the commotion outside?
No.
Okay.
Sarah's kind of closed
I guess
I was
everyone-
outside.
so. If everyone came in, I'll point at Elmo. Saffron. Saffron super loves Cadman a lot. This is Elmo.
Oh.
He's a friend of he's a friend of ours. He was just
Thea, just something I thought I should probably make clear. Kind of in, hiding hay.
yeah. So here's the deal. Looks around. Everything's still right. No one can hear.
Yeah,
Oh,
so you're in a realm of
he's-
silence. Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a trusted
he's fine.
individual.
He was just
Like,
killed by Yule. He's okay now. Yule just
Yeah, you
killed him.
poisoned him.
Oh,
We brought him back to life, but
great.
Yeah.
Well.
So it turns out that Yule was Gale, Ashotalin's assistant. Maybe you probably don't know who that is, but that's
no,
fine.
Of course I do. I have a
Oh, yeah,
shocking
no, you
knowledge.
would. Yeah, that's Gale was Yule. Yule's Gale, whatever. She just took off, and Timmy saw her, and she blasted the ice with lightning and took out both of Belamos's eyes and flew off, and a purple dragon was in pursuit.
yeah.
Bonnie was here.
Yeah.
You just left after. I thought he
Yeah.
left days ago.
But you knew he was here?
God damn it.
No.
Cadvan.
Kevin, what do
God
they need the
damn
eyes
it,
for?
Cadman.
It's not my place to say, you know?
What
Okay.
do they need the eyes for?
What does he need the eyes for? Or she need the eyes for? What do they need the eyes for?
Well, I mean, it's not like the thing was moving. If they need the eyes for something, it's something new. It's...
Can the avatar do anything now that, like, the ice is slush? Can Belamos wake up without his eyes?
You need an extraordinary amount of power to bring that thing back to life.
Like a Godforge?
Well, I suppose that could be a siphon for the power, yes.
Okay.
The eyes, though, don't know. Can't say.
Guess.
If I had to hazard a guess, Magnathor
You do.
needs them for something. And eyes are for seeing. Perhaps there's something hidden that he needs seen. I'm not sure. You could use... Perhaps there's a ritual that needs to be done.
Hmm.
Okay.
I can tell you this. There is at any moment we could have all gone down there and broken through that ice. It's not exactly well defended.
That's true.
So if she
does.
needed something now, then there's available. There's something's changed. Or they've discovered something.
Okay.
We were leaving. You've overstayed
We
our
still
welcome.
haven't found them. Just so you know. Please be careful.
Be safe as we can.
Okay.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you about Oni.
So am I.
He was checking up on me.
Did it give you somewhere else to go? Give you any help?
Yes,
Okay,
but I can't say.
good. I don't want you to.
Yes. This is goodbye for a little while. I will have someone else running my shop. So, have no fear.
Okay.
Looks down to Ko. He nods. I will be running it.
Oh,
Ko is formidable
Awesome.
at bartering. So, won't get...
good thing I have that store credit then, huh?
Suppose, yes, I've told Ko. But for the meanwhile, if you do need to pass by the shop, Ko will be there. Sorry to tell you this, Gold, but there won't be any more enchantments in the meanwhile.
Probably for the best.
Oh, Kevin,
Yes?
I know this is sort of silly. I'm gonna pull out a copper piece. Can I
I don't have change.
Can I trade you? Do you have a copper that I could just trade you? It's like this thing. I got this like.
What's wrong with... well, now you make me think that there's
No,
something wrong with that
nothing's
copper.
wrong with it. I'll tell you what.
I just...
What
don't
if I
want to
give
be...
you? Yeah, no. How about this? What if I give you a silver? Can I have a copper?
Oh, but
from
now...
you?
Am I copper special?
It's just this like I found this like we found this thing and it says that I need a copper from a dragon's hoard willingly given, and then I really want to see what it does. Come on.
If I find
I'll
out
give
this
you
is a trick
silver.
and copper is now rarer than silver,
It's not.
we'll have
If you know
an issue.
what? If you find out that copper is rarer than silver, come find me and I'll give you a copper as well. How about that?
He reaches into a pocket and pulls out a copper. He looks at it and you see he's so reluctant.
It's a silver.
Go ahead.
Is this gonna happen? Am I gonna?
Hands over.
I'll trade him.
If this is some
That
trick...
didn't- that
It's
didn't
not
feel
a trick.
reluctant.
You can see the thing if you want. It's fine. But also, you're in a hurry. But you could see the thing. I know that that's one of the things that I need. And you're like the only dragon who I know who I would stand a chance of getting a copper from nicely.
Well,
Thank you.
I won't make a habit of it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't expect that.
All right. Well, good luck.
You
I-
too.
I can't promise to get much information whilst I'm away, but if we hear anything, we'll let you know.
Okay.
Shall we then? Alwar gestures towards the exit.
Yeah.
Did we see the thing? Did we find the place?
I don't think we're doing that just yet.
You'd be going there
Okay.
next. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
It's just
Before we
a-
walk out,
a
I'm just
look
gonna
west,
really
west.
quickly like give Cadvan a hug and then like run away.
As we leave, Adelworth's gonna mumble under his breath, "I can't believe he fell for the copper trick," and then leave.
You see him just
my
sit down, put his
God!
hands in his hair. No! As you're just leave.
Torment. That was funny.
Above board, it really is. It really is one of the ingredients that I needed was a copper from a dragon's hoard willingly given.
I don't know if that was willingly given. No, I'll be honest.
I tried it in the
First of all,
store.
it
He
wasn't
gave
a
it to me.
gunpoint.
Yeah.
He was pretty fucking reluctant.
Yeah,
but he gave-
Hey, he
Fine,
gave it,
it'll
right?
Yeah, you didn't
gonna
steal it,
work.
so it counts.
What we had next?
Yeah, so you're heading out to the Arcane Eye.
Yeah, I mean, we could basically be heading somewhere else as long as we swing somewhat nearby it, so I can cast the eye
Yeah,
near that location.
Yeah.
We don't have to stay once it's cast.
Okay.
To where was that? I mean, I guess if that.
So essentially,
Where was
it's in the main hall area where the great giant stairs go up, and all the housing district is kind of built around the stairs going up. It's on the lower portion, under the shadow of the staircase. So it's there's a bunch of houses against the wall there that are kind of built up. Almost imagine it like when someone has like shelves against their stairs as they go up. It's kind of almost like that, houses all along the wall. Yeah, one of the lower houses. You'd get close enough that you can cast the Arcane Eye and send it over there.
All right, Adelward will do that.
You send your eye across, and it can go through objects, can't it?
It can go through 1-inch cracks. It can't just pass through a wall. But if I find like any breach in the building at all, I can go right through.
Tell me this: is it visible?
It is, unless it doesn't say anything about being invisible. So it's something that I can. It doesn't say that it glows. So if I stick to like dark areas, like stealth check or something.
Yep. No. Arcane-Eye's invisible.
Okay.
You create an invisible
it's
magical eye.
invisible. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You get close enough that you're going to have some time in there with it as well. And you send it in towards the home that you're kind of indicated. You'd find a crack underneath the door. As you go under there, on a different tune instead.
What do you see? What do you see?
I don't know. I'm still
What do you
under the
see?
door. It's a nice door, though.
It is a great door, yeah.
It's really nice.
You slip under the door and kind of resting his head back. You see this kind of what could be described as like a half ogre, a very kind of tall, broad individual, kind of very strong, stalwart jaw, patchy hair. He's kind of leaning against the back of his chair that's like leaning against the wall, eyes closed, cradling a cudgel in his hands. You see a mostly empty house. Go ahead and roll an investigation check.
Okay. 13.
You spend a little bit of time kind of floating around the house. You see the bedroom seems unslept in. You see the kind of general just areas are kind of gathering dust, and there's nothing really in the way of people staying here. You do see a hatch on the ground. A small kind of handle. It's currently closed, but it does have gaps, so you'd be able to slip through it. You heading down?
Yeah.
You go down. There's a staircase leading into a cellar. You see the flickering of lights. And as you go down there, you see the dwarf that Fabia had seen leaving, half dwarf. You see a human, and you see a tiefling. The three of them are sat around a table playing cards. Their weapons kind of scattered around. A couple of them have knives in their belts. Wearing kind of leather gear, some just rags and clothing. You see the tieflings cheating. And you see he's kind of flowing across, winning the money. You see the dwarf slam his fist onto the table and lean back as he loses the next portion of money. They seem to be just leaning and drinking. They've got barrels and whatnot. They don't seem to have anything considerable down here. It's mostly just kind of an underground cellar area. You can see there's several beds that have been set up in that area as well. Makeshift like hammocks around it. But they just seem to be playing cards down there. There's only 4 people in total.
What do you see?
They're just playing cards. It's just a grimy hideout.
Okay.
Sure, is there anything I should be looking for here? Or?
I don't know. They mentioned Silverhook, right? So, like, they should have, if they're mercs for her, they should have some kind of thing talking about that, probably. Did I have bags? Can your eyeball go in a bag?
Let me see. The eyeball can definitely go in bags and does have dark vision. So I might be able to, like, slip into a bag and try to, like, read papers or something.
Joe's like, joke's on you, none of these guys can read.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's all blank paper.
You would look through some of the rucksacks. It's going to take you a little bit of time because you're doing this awkward kind of motion of like trying to find the exact right paging or anything from like a pretty much just a condensed backpack Go ahead and roll another
Imagine trying to
investigation
steer a
check.
drone to read a book.
Yeah, exactly. And specific page of that book as
That's
well.
some serious nerd shit.
Because you're shifting just slightly ahead that your eye would go to the next page. So go ahead and roll an investigation check just to see kind of how long it would take you if you discover anything.
16.
Okay. You probably only have about 5 minutes left on the arcane eye by the time you actually kind of get through and get stuff. You throughout the rucksack, you can see various rations. You can see that these guys, by some of their clothing as well, seem to be more local. But you push through to a certain point, and you'd find a crumpled up letter, kind of motioning your way through and taking time to try and decipher it. You can see written in common. It says to the Spindlebacks. Has a drawing of Silvaric on it. Crude, but actually fairly accurate. Penciled in, still shaded, almost like it was kind of magically drawn on there, or a very talented artist. And it says, watch out for this one. Keep notes on it. Tell me any information. Payment in full if you find anything.
It doesn't say
Signed,
any details about like who left that letter.
Signed what?
Signed with a Y.
Oh, sorry. Why? Okay. I'd relay that.
Okay. Well, I'm not crazy, right? There was a thing in there, so good job, Eyeball. Good job,
Yeah.
Adward.
I mean, if we want to get anything else out of that, we got to break in there and interrogate them. But I don't know if that's.
Does it look like they're talking?
They were playing cards and just kind of hanging out, and I can't hear anything.
Well,
with
I
the
would be able
eye.
to, though. I can send something in that can hear if you point me in the exact area where the eye is.
It's that way.
Lord points with his finger. He has no other means to direct him now.
Do you know about how far in that direction?
I don't know. What do you?
I'm assuming that we kept walking once we did this because I didn't need to be stationary to continue to do this.
Yeah.
It's like, I
Yeah,
don't
think
know,
so.
couple thousand feet that way, give or take.
Okay, I mean, I can try. I'll try to approximate where you
Had
want.
a nice door.
I'm going to
the
use
door was nice.
clairvoyance. It says I can make it in a location familiar or an obvious location that's unfamiliar. So if I know the building,
Adelward could definitely describe the building in
yeah,
pretty good
as long
detail
as I know
at this
what
point.
building it is. And
Point
I
of range
could
in a
choose between
location
sight and
familiar to you or
hearing.
an obvious location that is unfamiliar to you. Create an invisible sensor within range in a location familiar to you, or a place you've visited or seen before, or an obvious location that is unfamiliar, such as behind a door, around a corner, or a grove of trees. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll allow for this. So you can do it within 1 mile. Yeah, I'd say with the accurate description of Adderward's kind of room,
The
you can
exact
create
shade of red.
You can
on
create. You can create it. So are you doing it with hearing?
Yeah, hearing.
Okay. You detail the sensor. You reach out. Channel the magic. You feel it. Like the sound just slowly flooding into your ear. You can hear. Oh yeah, that's the one I thought. Well, you know. What's the fucking point? You hear that one? Well, I don't really care about it, but I suppose we could spend a couple extra days. I'm not spending any more time here. There's no fucking point. How are we meant to find something that doesn't even want to be seen? I mean, we find all sorts of things that don't want to be seen. This is different. This thing's invisible. Well, I suppose what we'll do then is just say that we saw it to leave. Get payment in full. You wanna lie to her? Who fucking cares? We'll be gone by here for a couple of days. Something weird about her. Okay. Well, I will get a payment. Yeah. Sounds good to me, but in the meanwhile, You just hear like the sound of. There's two kings. They start talking about their game more. They stop talking about you.
I'll stop listening at that point.
Mhm.
And just relay. As they were talking, I would have relayed exactly what I was hearing.
So they don't know shit.
So they don't know shit. They're gonna just tell why that they saw Silvaric.
It can't be Yule. They're like buds. So who the fuck else?
Are they? Maybe they don't like each other. Maybe Silvaric was like, I'm gonna kill every I don't know.
Yeah. Oh my god. Maybe.
Right?
Yeah.
What if like
maybe.
she's like, I'm not stopping with the ones you want me to kill. I'm gonna kill
Yeah,
you
I'll just
too.
kill all the dragons. Maybe.
Or maybe I don't know. Maybe like she just doesn't trust her, so she's like, oh, I want to keep tabs and like. Should we like? Did they say when they were gonna like? I don't know. Should we like follow them to whoever they're gonna? Well, we know that she's gone, so
I mean, last time that we talked about this, we just kind of agreed. She doesn't want to be found. She'll probably find us.
She will.
And if we are aware of that, maybe it won't be. Maybe it won't be as bad as if we're complacent.
Set up for that.
So, I mean, we gotta catch up with your guys's
Yeah,
whole
it's
thing.
time to leave.
So, okay. I mean, I guess we should still get whatever supplies we need. Stop by the thing and be like, here's a drawing of us. You can make some, say we're out. And, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you can make a statue from a drawing.
I'm kind of over the statue.
Yeah, I am
thing.
too. I just feel like it's shitty if we just leave. I feel like we should just tell someone. That's like, we don't, but.
No, that sounds like classic Godsbane, really.
But yeah, we should. What time of day is it, Joe?
Good question. Early, because that was like first thing in the morning. You went and did the
Okay.
thing. So yeah, probably early afternoon.
Scold, how far, like, how long will it take us to get to Kongstoll?
I look towards DM.
It will be about. Let me just double check. I imagine about. This tunnel's not been used the way there by anyone in countless years because it's been ruled like since the giants first escaped through it. So it is a shortcut through it. You're probably gonna have to spend one night in the dark or in the tunnels. You'll get there by.
I mean, there's a lot of people who have come through it ahead of us, right?
Yes, there are, a whole force of them kind of pushed ahead of you.
So there'll probably be, camps and stuff.
Well, they're a couple of days ahead, so it's likely they've arrived already.
Okay.
Probably one camp. Day and a half.
Okay. Well, I guess, I don't know. I guess then we just need to get our stuff and get supplies, and then we either leave now or we wait till the morning. But if it's safe, we could just go now, right? Like
that tunnel's gonna be dark no matter what time of day it is.
Yeah.
Maybe
I think
sooner
we
is
go
better.
now.
Yeah.
I really
Later.
want to
Let's go see the Hall of Heroes and then we'll leave.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Okay. You end up to the Hall of Heroes first, then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You head back up to the kind of Hall of Hunters. I keep calling it Hall of Heroes. Sorry. You make your way upstairs, going back to where you first heard that news with Almo. He's coming with you this time, and you'd see as the people there kind of gathering outside. A couple of them come out to you. Oh, we didn't know if you'd come back. You see this dwarf next to him who's kind of got their jaw's been replaced by pure bronze jaw.
Shit.
And they've got all sorts of, they've got an apron on, they've got all sorts of just like mason's tools on their belt. And then next to a tall, quite skinny Goliath, who kind of, she rounds her arms around her back and says, "We finished the first designs of your statues. If you'd like to pass on through, we should gather one of the council. They can talk you through as we walk."
Oh, okay.
We're a little pressed for time. How long is this going to take?
We can go straight there if you wish, if you prefer.
That would
Yeah,
be
let's
great.
do that.
That'd be good.
Very well.
Do I see that guard that I sent off to find Wedging anywhere?
Yeah, he'd be about.
I want to grab him.
Hello.
Hey, did you deliver my message to Mr. Luck?
I delivered to the guards. They didn't come back to me. They didn't find anyone with the description. Mr. Locke has left, we believe.
All right, thanks.
Why do you have that look?
What look?
You got that. Something
Well-
happening up that look.
That looks around. He's got to be on Mythos, right? He's got
The
like,
purple dragon chasing after Yul.
Should I try to
Conveniently, luck
see
is
him?
gone.
The one that
Yeah,
cried when he
actually-
saw the dragon head?
Yeah.
Can you, Timmy? Can you try to?
I can.
Ooh, shit.
We'll see
Do
what
it to me.
happens.
Yeah,
Try to see Mr. Locke with a -2 since we've met him.
scratching the hell out of my
What
red
did you
dragon
say?
tattoo.
17.
That's the meter beat 17. That's a 17. If it's
Damn it.
No,
Yeah,
that's
maybe.
fine. I mean, he didn't want to tell. Okay,
Fuck it.
it would be just been easier if you just. It's fine. Anyway, it's not
Let's
going to
just
change
worry
our
about it
plans.
later.
We'll find out eventually, right? We have to at this rate.
you see the two
Uh,
crafters step up, open the great door to the Hall of Hunters. And you see the dwarf kind of step ahead walking, and the Goliath turns ahead and says, "With me." She's got no hair, tattoos kind of across her, but the tattoos are carved to almost tell stories on her. Wearing also similar kind of mason's garb. She steps forward, walking along. The Hall of Hunters is a great kind of oval hall with statues lining the walls either side of you. Some in their own kind of crag areas and their own inlets. You see all manners of people and their kills. The first one you go past, right in the center, and you have to go around it. You'd see these two broad, human-like statues standing, both with axe in hand, kind of pressing them together almost like a cross guard. You see a great, abominable yeti stood behind them. Its body, all of this is made of bronze. Kind of like a shining bronze. It doesn't seem to rust or decay. You can see its body just kind of stood over them, roaring, and they stand there triumphantly. Beside them as well, next over, almost to depict that they won it again, two great direwolves. And then a third to show they won it a third time. A large whale creature lying there, its tail up, water kind of done, like hovering bits of bronze around it to show the spray of the water. And you see on a small plaque, it says the year 303, 304, and 305. Tyrus and Tyra.
Oh.
Wow.
Hello.
Dethroned.
Well, that's from 900 years ago.
Yeah, it's like their
Um,
ancestor, right?
That's what they were
Their
named for,
namesake,
right?
yeah, their
That's so
namesake.
cute.
A little further on,
They were never going to live up to that, man.
506, 507, and 508. You see this great big kind of almost like chitinous creature that's kind of pulls back. They've managed to keep like this almost slight emanating heat from its chest. It almost comes up like a python where it's got its like frill, but it's more chitinous with little spikes, almost centipede-like in its legs and arms, leaning up. It's a Remorhas. You see next to that a tundra shark, which has 3 fins on its back that almost seem to like shimmer, razor sharp down them. Great big open mouth that goes out sideways instead of long. And next to that, a regal Recha, this horrible kind of humanoid creature that leans over, its hands kind of pulled in. And in front of them all, holding a great sword embedded into the ground, you see the name Drying, and a Krigven stands over it. The first Krigven to be added into the Hall of Hunters. As you're carrying on, you see more different there's hundreds of these hunters. One for every year that has passed in the last 900 years. Various designs built. This hall massive. Some of the more noticeable ones as well, you see Axivis, the Bloody, 802 to 823, having done it for many, many, many years. You see dozens of creatures around it. It has on his plaque, died to a great purple worm. But there's 22 creatures just surrounding it, all massive beasts of size. Axivis, just a human, stood in front of them. You start to get closer to the year you're in. 1045, you see Wadus, a Largo, a bow in their hand, and a frost giant lying behind them with an arrow right in the throat, all in its designed bronze.
Elbows Fabia.
You then see, as you go in closer, Charis and Vidima, the two that were on judging your one. 1225, a giant Akonda. This massive snake wrapping around them, and the 2 Yanti purebloods stood in front of it, smiling. Both of them one of them's got like a long dangling whip that is jagged across it, and the other one has a long spear holding. The snake wraps around behind them. And you turn and you see almost like wet paint looking. You see this great white dragon's head. You've seen they've given you a portion of land. There's like 3 the size of like the last 3 winners because they needed to make room for this massive dragon's head. And you see each of your forms designed in bronze, shimmering like it's about to melt as it's still setting. You see Basil, a lute in hand. You see Scold, taller, built into his giant's might, roaring with a hammer. You see Adderward with the various kind of jagged pieces of his icicles sticking off. His long spear etching up into the sky. You see Fear, and they've managed to recreate that fire effect going across your hand, flickering, causing a light to shine across them. Fabia, kneeling down with an arrow outstretched. Timothy, you would see, kind of stood there with a shield that almost glimmers around it. They managed to rim it with like a gold that shines as you get closer with a torch. Hammer in hand. And you also see Aaron, with a stick kind of jagged into the ground as well, quietly in the background, like a stealthy ninja kind of just behind.
I was waiting. I was going to say something if you didn't say Aaron.
Quiet in the background, just like always.
You see the words, Godsbane, 1226. Each of your names etched under. An ancient white dragon.
Yeah.
They both turn to you. I hope you like it, but this is our design so far. It should take about an hour or 2 to set from now. Congratulations.
2 things.
Yes?
Keep the dragon's head.
Oh.
Do whatever you want. Hang it up.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Okay.
Also, I want a plaque to my great rock.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Aw.
Commemorate the rock. What was its name?
Akthaliok.
Akthalic should be added. Godsbane and Akthalic.
Great. We'll be off then.
He turns to leave.
This is,
Glad you like it.
it's really good. It's just that we're kind of in a hurry. It's really impressive.
I don't know if you heard about the dragons, but you don't see anyone else hunting them, do you? So,
Yeah.
we better go.
You get practice
Yeah.
on our dragon forms then. Maybe next year, century. And the year after.
Maybe.
Farewell, Godsbane. They turn, you can start
Thanks.
seeing there's like the quiet dwarf pulls out this ingot and presses it into his hand, and as he stretches out, it's almost like putty between his hand. He starts shaping,
fucking cool.
building the rock. And you see the other one kind of
What?
harvesting, kind of almost hardening it as it goes by, and then it painting over. And you see them start to build the
Neat.
rock. As you all leave
Hell yeah.
the Hall of Hunters, forever represented there through the death of the ancient white dragon. We're going to go ahead and take our little 5-minute break now before you guys head in the tunnel towards Kongstoll. Go ahead, get yourself drinks and whatnot, and we'll be back in 5.
Excuse me.
Okay. Let me start bringing things back up. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
What's up?
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey.
Okay. Go back to this music and Sam back.
Doesn't sound like it.
No, it sounds like he's AFK. Just to reset you guys back into the scene, though. Give you an idea, by the way, on the roll from Timothy, because we kept under reps. I can tell you he rolled a 7 on that divine intervention, which means it's a success.
Good job, Timmy.
I did it for RP purposes. I didn't think it would work.
It's such a low chance, right? It just always
Yeah.
feels like it's never gonna work. So you just
I was like, is he good pogging or bad pogging?
yeah. And then we had to wait.
Because he like couldn't stop smiling, and I was like, is it funny because it's terrible, or is
Right.
it exciting because it's good?
Mm-hmm. You come out of the Hall of Hunters. You've explored a lot of Kongstoll. You've got a direction for the dragons. You know that Scolded Animals people are heading, or already probably arrived at Kongstoll by this point. Is there anything else you want to do in Kongstoll, or do you want to go straight down to the tunnels?
I mean, I guess while Sam's still AFK, we don't have to RP it or whatever, but we want to get see if we can get some healing potions.
Yeah, I want to buy some more healing
diamonds.
potions
Yeah.
for the group.
Okay.
We went through a lot of those during the dragon fight.
Yeah. Let me go check where you'd go for it.
Is there also like a magical items shop here anywhere?
No.
Okay.
Most you can pretty much indicate they've got a shop called
Oh,
Witch Hunters.
Oh yeah, the curse place.
Give you an
right?
idea, magical items are very rare.
Yeah, it's always good to check though, because
yeah.
looking for something.
And Kongstoll, a lot of people here are anti-magic, or like they only like the basics. You've got Witch Hunters is the closest thing probably to it, but other than that, you've got nowhere necessarily that would sell magical items per se. You'd be able to go to an alchemist shop though. You'd go in there and you would see like a tabaxi behind, just behind this kind of almost like oval shaped table. You see all these kind of behind like a glass case, all these various different potions. Their shop is built into a large kind of glass that also has like a building on the inside. They've kind of reformed one of the large glasses or like a picture glass that the giants once had when they were here. And you can see they've built their building inside of it. And the tabaxi kind of leans back. They've got pure black fur, great big yellow eyes. And they lean forward and say,
Here for some potions? I've got many to sell.
oh yes.
We are.
We need the strongest ones you have. Good and bad.
Good and bad.
Good
Could
and
probably
bad.
handle my potions, yes. No preference in your potion style. You want Lucky Leap? Good and bad. I have some ones which might cause some upset. Some poison in the stomach.
Oh yes.
Oh, yes.
Huh?
I'd just like some of the healing variety.
Oh,
Please.
okay. They're on the shelf.
He's the exciting one.
I never got to do the dragon thing I wanted to do. Kind of bummed me out.
You had a dragon?
Just says stuff for you.
You had a dragon thing you wanted
I
to
wanted to. We're gonna throw the poison and make it explode.
We're gonna do it at some point, man.
Look,
for
it's just
sure.
You can't never have too many varieties of potions.
You know, I really like that you like contingency plan after contingency plan. You gotta like be prepared, right? Like, what if I'm gonna throw poison into someone's stomach? What if I'm gonna I don't know.
You never
I
know
love
when
that.
you might
That's
need to
great.
off someone.
Yeah, I agree. I think so.
So, anyways, your potions.
Yes. Just some potions of poison and some of healing, perhaps.
Yeah.
What kind of prices do you want? Are you looking for decent potions of healing?
I think we're at the point of expensive, powerful potions of healing, if I'm going to be honest.
Okay. I do have some great healing potions. 3 of them.
Okay.
I have 1 basic healing potion. And I have a potion of poison.
We'll take the 3 greater healing potions and the potion of poison.
Very
Do you,
well. Yes.
I don't even know if like potions like this exist, but like, would you have anything that could like, I don't know, like dispel a magical effect on something, or like, can you make a potion that could like let someone see invisible stuff, or like anything like that? Anything like those 2 things?
Yes, I could make one that will let you see all things around you for a moment. Something that will let you see past the ethereal. Potion of true sight. This is expensive.
How expensive?
600 gold.
I spent a lot of money in the last couple days. I'm not buying that. Where's this for you?
For the 3
Yeah.
other potions, the healing ones, all 3 I can give to you for 700 gold.
All right.
What about the
Potion
poison?
of poison. 75.
Is above board, is this potion of poison the exact same as the one I already have?
Yeah, it's a basic potion, potion of poison. It's a vial of it.
We're gonna skip the poison.
And just the 700 then.
It's a 700. Want to split the cost for you?
How much for
the
the
potion?
basic healing potion?
Basic healing potions will only net you 50 gold.
Yeah, no, I figured it was gonna be gold. All right, how about I'll tell you what.
Yes.
We just do like 1,300 for the true sight, the 3 graders. Maybe
Yeah.
throw in the basic.
Got a persuasion check.
All right.
Man.
$22.
The 3 greater. The potion of true sight. And throw in the basic for free.
Yeah.
You have a D.
All right.
So, it'll be a total of 1,300 gold, 130 platinum.
I'll hand it over.
Good.
Are you covering the whole thing then for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. He takes the money and pops it down in the bottom.
One moment.
Goes behind the thing. His counter. You see him ruffling through some stuff. Comes up. Puts all 4 of the vials into kind of a almost like a test tube holder thing for the vials and pushes it forward.
Potion of true sight.
Goes back down. Rummages around. Brings out a potion that seems to have like almost like a mist inside. It doesn't look to have any liquid in it.
This one you smell. Weave it all in. Leave it in your lungs. It'll do the rest. 'And here's your tiny potion of healing as well.
I feel like I should do an insight check because he seems creepy, but that may just be that you're creepy and not him.
Thank you.
Yeah, wow.
If you're doing an insight check, Adelward will help.
Yeah.
If you're actually.
Well, that's good because I got only a 10.
Oof.
I don't know. I can't
A
tell.
9 and a 10.
Yeah.
This guy seems fine.
Yeah.
He
I
seems
don't
This
know.
guy's
Alright.
weird. But it might also be
This
this
guy's good.
guy voicing him that's
Yeah,
weird.
okay.
I found the weirder the alchemist, the better the potions.
Yeah. Hey, what's your name?
Why?
I don't know. I was just being friendly.
Can we talk
Never
about how?
ask an alchemist their name.
Wait, above board. Can we talk about how Joe saying why is him buying time to think of a name?
Insight check on Joe.
Why?
I just felt like a friendly thing to know. It wasn't anything weird. What do you,
You're being weird right now.
am I being
You're
weird? I
being
don't
kind of
think so.
weird.
Huh.
You stopped for like 15 seconds to look him up and down, and you didn't say anything. And then
Yes.
you asked his name.
Oh. Yeah, sometimes I do that. Sorry. It's like my brain stops for a minute and then I gotta like catch back up. Anyway, so you just like you make all these yourself, right? All these
No,
potions?
I have a supplier.
Oh. I was just wondering, like, what if I had like a dragon eye? Like, what would I do with that? Like, could I make a potion out of that? Would that do anything?
I'm not an alchemist.
Well, Adelward's gonna pick up 2 of the greater potions and put them in his bag and start walking out.
All right. I guess that's okay. I'm gonna look intently
Yes,
at
it's
him, and then I'm
okay.
gonna take the stuff. And I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna look at him again.
You see him staring. He eyes at you up in the same way, and you can tell above board he's doing an insight check on you.
As I walk out, I'm gonna like pause, and then I'm gonna turn back and be like, "Hey, man, have a great day." And then I'm just gonna walk out.
You'd see him come up to the shop window and then just lock the door as you leave. Just like watch you as you go past. Going off by you. Is it the last?
I want to look at Edward. I don't think he wanted to have a great day.
I mean, I don't know. You were acting like crazy, and that was like you asking a lot of questions. I don't usually ask my shopkeepers anything.
Do you know what? Fabio once told me that I'm not good with boundaries. I wonder if
Yeah,
that's
you
what
asked her name. It was kind of.
Ask everybody their name. It's just like a friendly thing to do, because then you can be like, "Hey,
alchemist
Pete,
store, and they're selling poison.
go get some."
So
diamonds."
like doubly so probably doesn't want to give you their name.
Yeah, that's fair. All right. Well, let's get some diamonds, and then we're good.
They don't have diamonds here.
Or gems. Or do they have anything?
You
Joe?
could head to a jeweler's. There is a jeweler's, I believe. Yeah, you'd find a jeweler on one of the highest ends of, like one of the high tops of the counter. Built into kind of almost the stove area of where they were kind of prepping food beforehand. You can see a building built there. The jeweler's seems to be well guarded. Has several guards, all with kind of furs on, their own kind of unique helmets. They don't wear any like they don't have any unison in it. 2 guards at the front, 1 guard inside. You'd see fairly well dressed, a bit obscure for this place, having silks and whatnot. Almost like a felt clothing and cloak over themselves. You'd see a half-orc woman, and her hair kind of shaven on one side, the other half kind of comes down her face, but it's almost plaited and kind of got these almost like braids in it as well. And she looks across to you as you come in. No gems out on the front, no jewels out in the front. You seem to have a kind of a back room that's locked off with like a turning valve. She stands there just behind a simple table where a chair beside her. The room is very simple. A rug as you go up. She looks across to you. Is there something I can help you with?
Hi. Yeah, actually, we are hoping to buy some diamonds. If you have any?
We do not sell diamonds.
No.
Are there any other jewelry you're looking for? Perhaps a ring?
An amulet, a bracelet? For a loved one?
Not
We have rubies. We have topazes. We have amethysts. Aquamarine.
No, I really just needed the diamonds. That's okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to waste your time.
Bye then.
Goodbye.
Goes
back to her notes.
Do you want like I'm sorry. I should have said did you want to get like a bracelet for a loved one?
No, God, no.
You don't like bracelets?
No, I could have gone for a diamond though as well.
Yeah.
But I don't have any.
I just
No.
just keep an eye out for diamonds. That's not gonna be hard to find, right?
Yeah, it's a good thing this place was directly next door to the poison store.
Yeah, that was
A pretty
lucky,
unfortunate
right?
Trip.
I feel like it doesn't happen like that
Yeah,
often.
usually you don't open a place like this and a next
Yeah.
place like that.
That's weird. This is a weird place.
Is there anywhere else you'd like to go before you return to the group?
I don't think so. I think that I just wanted to grab some more potions because we went through a bunch
Yeah.
before the dragon fight.
Okay. If you're heading out, you'd be heading through the back tunnels.
All right.
Heading down to the back end of Kaldavast, you can see as there's a portion of the city. It's kind of almost, it's guarded, but it's closed off. And it's almost, from this side, you can see this great door. Almost as large as the door to enter into the actual keep itself. But from this side, it looks to be painted. You can see they've got kind of depictions of humans and different various leaders and council masters that have kind of stood out against the test of time. Some stories interwoven on it. It's become this great mural gate. And a couple of guards stationed out the front look almost ceremonial in their position. This door doesn't look like it's opened into the mountains for hundreds of years. It seems almost sealed shut. You'd see next to it a smaller gate, only about 10 feet high. It looks tiny in comparison to the other one. Another guard is waiting by that one, and that one seems to be more traditional in its kind of use. The guard kind of watches as you step over towards them. Helmet on, kind of furs on. What business do you have over here? Are you just passing through?
Passing through? Trying to head out?
We don't get many people coming this way. We had quite a large amount of Krigven.
Oh yeah, those are our friends. That's who we're trying to catch up
Yeah, we're
to.
following them.
They're a couple of days ahead of you. If you are heading into the tunnels, not many people wander out there, but the primary tunnel for the first hour should be clear. We send some guards on patrols there every couple of days or so, just to make sure nothing is trying to get into the city. But beyond that, you'll find little of the way of light. The tunnels head on down towards Kongstoll, but we do not guard that way. There is some, how do I put it, break-ins into the tunnels, so do be careful, and try not to lead anything back to our doors.
We're only going one way.
He steps aside and then cranks like a lever, and you see the doors go and open up. It is well lit going back into this portion, as if they restore the torches that kind of head here. Torches lying on these walls. You see this doorway circles around, goes down for about 30 feet before circling around into the main great hallway. Passing through into the tunnels towards Kongstoll. Let me put on some different music for going down here.
Who in our group has like dark vision going into this?
I'll put my goggles on.
I think all of us actually
We
do.
all should, yeah.
Yeah,
'cause Freya
I
has
don't, but I
goggles.
have a spell for it, so I'll
Nice.
cast dark
Oh,
vision.
we got
on
a new-
myself
oh,
as we're
no.
doing this.
You won't need. I don't think you'll need dark vision for quite a while.
Yeah, it's 8 hours.
You would step round through the kind of 30 feet and head into the great hall. This almost like pathway that's been carved out for giants to pass between Kongstoll and Godsbane. The actual hall seems to go on for miles, carved through the mountains. The area you're in right now has basic torches lit up, but it also has these kind of almost glowing fungi that have been trapped behind encased, almost like chrysalis against the wall, and causes kind of a natural glow of blues and greens to head on down the sides of the hall. The tunnel itself is probably maybe 70 feet wide, goes up to about 100 feet tall, and it's kind of shaped like almost like a train tunnel, and heads ever down into the mountains. The floor is being kind of carved to be as flat as possible, like a great pathway for you to walk on. Begin heading down, making your way through the underground. As you get a little further away from like the lichen on the wall that's kind of been lit up, you'd see almost runes that litter the wall. Scold, you'd recognize these runes as something that you haven't seen since you were back home, but runes like this could be empowered by anyone who knows runic magic to kind of light up. They're like torches that are built for giants. Back home with your giant, you would have been known to kind of be able to touch them, speak giant to say light, and you'd see them kind of illuminate. They're almost like batteries for light.
Scald would do such a thing.
Every time you do see the light kind of emanating, these kind of drifting runes and runic patterns going all across, and you light up the hall to go all the way down for the next few miles, having to do it every few miles you go. You begin your journey, the long journey, through the dark halls towards the mountains. Is anyone doing anything as you head through there? And what's your kind of walking order as well? How are you heading through?
Scald is probably leading so that you can renew the symbols whenever he needs to.
I want to hold the back line.
Yeah, it'll be towards the front as well.
Okay.
I'll have Pog kind of circle around us now and then, because he's got blind sight in case somebody's trying to sneak up. It's only 10 feet, but...
Fabio would be listening for things as well.
Go ahead and roll...
like voices.
Yeah, go ahead and roll perception.
18. Oof, not fantastic rolls.
As you're kind of passing through the
21.
The tunnel. Okay. Hog's not really able to see anything super concerning. You'd see as you kind of get past any of the perimeter area and where it's clearly being cleared up to. Beyond that, you can see there's reparations on the walls where they've kind of almost closed in some of the any time anything's excavated its way through. You start to see through Pog's eyes anything like cracks now. Some the size of a person, some kind of smaller, some just kind of reaping their way up the walls. The less maintained area of this tunnel. Things that have kind of passed through. You see the ground is jagged at points, and sometimes things that have tunneled and gone through. With the 18 perception, after a few hours, the light illuminating, you would hear behind you a soft kind of moaning sound in the distance occasionally. Like a... almost like a person.
I'll kind of slip to the back. Timmy, you're back there? I'll be like, do you hear that?
Is it a ghost?
Guys.
Yeah.
There's like a weird moaning sound behind us.
How
like a
far?
person's hurt or a ghost, as Timmy
You
pointed out.
think it's a ghost? We didn't see him walking down there, so why would it?
How far back?
Well, what were they saying about like leading shit back to the town? There's like stuff in here.
They said the things occasionally dig in.
I can
Crothix,
send.
or whatever. I don't
I
fucking
mean,
know.
if we want to double back and try to find the source of the weird
I'll just-
moaning.
No, I'll just stay back here and tell you guys if it's getting closer to us, I guess.
I can send. Do you want me to send Pog?
If you want to. I mean, I think we should just keep going
Yeah.
forward. I just it's just a really fucking weird noise this way, that's all.
All right. I'll send Pog.
Hog flies back. Scanning. Go and roll a perception check. And whereabouts are you looking with as Pog?
He can't. Pog doesn't see shit. He did it way better in the last one.
He's tired.
Flying
Tired.
through
He's
you.
little, guys. His little wings are tired.
See the occasional like stalactite that's kind of broken through. You see kind of just cracks in the area, and you can kind of just hear the whispering of winds through some of the broken portions of the tunnels, but doesn't see anything.
Can we try to like message back that way? Like just sort of like
I think you have to see.
Hello?
You have to know a creature you're messaging first. If you're doing message,
Message saying you have to actually physically see them.
you point your finger toward a creature.
No,
like,
you can
and
also
whisper a
point
message.
toward
You can kind
where
of
you
go
know
like
they are.
this. Yeah, where you think they are.
But in those
it's
cases,
on
we've
it.
always known
yeah,
each
it's
other.
kind of suggests that you know where a creature is. You don't know if there's a creature there, so nothing really happens unless you're going to do this hundreds of times because it is 6 seconds at a time. You go
Just walking backwards up a fucking tunnel, pointing your finger into the darkness.
Oh, don't underestimate me.
hello.
How about now?
It's a cantrip, baby.
Yeah, right?
I never have to stop.
Exactly.
Did you carry on walking?
Yeah, I think so.
So you'd carry on going, moving throughout the day, occasionally hearing those moans, but for the most part, just carrying on moving. It starts to get quite late. You'd tell because you've been walking for a good maybe 6-7 hours. When you'd see the front portion of the tunnel is much darker, where the runes have kind of lit up. Skull does the lighting of the runes one more time. And you'd see rock fall in front of you. And the tunnel ahead of you is collapsed. The portion to the side has kind of been opened up. And it leads into like a cave offshoot away from the actual main tunnel.
I don't like that.
Hmm.
How is this like? How hefty of a rock fall is this, Joe?
The entire tunnel is kind of collapsed ahead of you.
Oh, God.
So you've got rocks
I
going up
have
100 feet.
I have stone shape, but I don't know if it would pierce all the way through the entire thing. If it was more than, a 5 foot thick collapse.
I mean, you can just shape 5 foot,
You could, yeah.
and then
It is
if you needed to
a-
do it again, you could do it.
It is a
second time.
level 4 spell, stone shape. It's not like a cheap
Yeah.
thing.
I have it too, so we could do it as many times as we can. It's 3rd level for me. Is it 4th for you?
Oh wait, yeah. No, it's that or I put
Which
it in
one
the
are
wrong
you
section.
using, Timothy? Because
Mine's stone shape. Actual stone shape.
Let me check.
Stone Shape's a 4th level transmutation spell.
yeah, it's
Why is it
4th for me.
here?
It's an expensive spell.
Wait, it's in my list twice. Why?
Mm.
Well, your list is huge because you're a cleric, so probably errors here or there.
Oh, I forgot. I have telekinesis. Last 10 minutes. I don't know how far we can get through, but I could.
I mean, I'm just like, I feel like there's nothing in that cave that could really fuck with us that much. So it's probably not a huge deal because that's probably the way everyone went.
Mm.
Unless does this look recent?
No,
This collapse?
no,
Okay.
it looks old. You've got moss and kind of lichen growing up.
Old, like the other group couldn't have gotten through this.
Like
They went round.
they must have gone around it somehow.
We probably want to follow the exact
Yeah.
trail of the group
Yeah.
in case they got
Sorry, I
stuck
was
or attacked by
misunderstanding.
something.
Yeah.
In that case.
This looks undisturbed, so let's go the way everyone else went.
Yeah.
So you pass into the cave area. It's a wide cave. It seems like it's kind of broken through and it's kind of been tunneled into. It seems to span around a large chasm in the center. Some cobwebs, great cobwebs going across it. And it seems to kind of wrap all the way around, going for a good, few hundred feet. And more seemingly goes around to the actual tunnel collapse itself. What's your walking order?
I'm in the back with Timmy.
Okay.
Middle with Elmo.
middle.
Front.
Elward's in the front.
Oh yeah, Elmo.
Yeah.
Almost there as well.
Poor boy.
I know.
And Aaron.
And Aaron.
It's been him making the moaning all along.
He's like,
He's zombie.
Gale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Betrayed.
You kind of continue walking, and you. One moment.
One moment for what? Inside check hunting.
You carry on walking. The great chasm, you can hear winds from down below. Wind kind of caught in the tunnels that lead down. It seems to drop into darkness for forever. As you're kind of passing around with it. You would see. Who's at the front?
Elward and Scold.
As you two kind of walk along, you see something. A clawed hand come up over the ridge ahead of you. White fur on its hand. At the size of a werewolf. Leans up. As from behind, leaping towards Fabia. This great white furred creature, kind of about 6.5 feet to 7 feet tall, each of them, leaps itself down and goes for a swing. Its claw coming against you.
The fuck?
13 misses, right?
Yep.
But a 20 hits, not natural.
20 hits, but I will shield.
You shield, does it block it?
Yeah, dude.
Should, I think, yeah.
Is your AC 15? Sorry,
It'll be
16.
21.
21, yeah.
Mhm.
You, just as this claw goes, the second one, and then the second claw goes, and you bring up the shield, you just feel its kind of claws just scrape against the shield. As I'll get you guys to go ahead
Go. Initiative.
It's been so long
and roll.
since we've had a
Initiative.
fight.
I like this map.
Me too.
This map's from Moonlight Maps. It's a cool one. I subscribe to them. You guys will probably be around this portion here, the opening here.
Where? Oh.
Or in
Side
south
towards the
area.
top of the front, or
Tops,
the front? Which
tops
way's
the
back?
front, so Skull and that would be at the top
Okay.
area. And let me
Well,
go
it
and
never
show you.
lets me select my token. Like, I can't drag a token out.
Oh,
I
really?
have the worst.
Yeah, I
luck with
think this
that
one might be
sometimes.
because we made my new page. So I might not have permission to make a token out of it.
Oh, let me just double check your token.
Share it with me, Joe, and I'll see if I can do it.
Like, I'm hovering over it, I just don't see like a box to pull it out from.
The weird thing is,
Do you see the actual?
Yeah, I see the token. I'm on my sheet. I just can't grab the circle and drag it out.
weird. I've given you Skull as well, so you can look at it.
Yeah,
Sam.
I can drag it out just fine.
What's wrong with me?
Yeah.
I can
Because
drag
you're
us
too
this time.
sad.
Oh no.
Too sad for initiative.
I think I'll just sit this one out.
Can you move tomorrow? No, just pile.
If you drag him out, yeah, I can move him. I just can't. I just couldn't
Okay.
pull him out.
That was happening for me for a super long time, and then one day it just fixed itself.
Well, my initiative was 21.
Wait, don't
So
roll
I'm gonna
initiative yet,
re-roll it
guys.
again.
I've got to do my thing. Yeah. Now roll.
Okay.
Yeah. I was
I
waiting.
rolled a nat 20 on initiative.
Nice.
Okay.
Wait, where is mine?
Now Joe, did you change something on my permissions? Because now I can't even roll on my sheet anymore.
Yeah, I'm not able to roll either.
Yeah, same.
Roll 20 might
you
be
done?
shitting.
Roll 20 might be
Oh
shitty.
no, it's pooping.
No, not the time.
Let me double check.
Not like this.
Does everybody have their real physical dice?
I don't
do.
own dice.
I do.
I do.
I don't own any dice.
I keep them right here all
You
the
guys
time.
can you
Die.
manually roll?
We've rolled, it just didn't
maybe.
get added.
Oh, the turn.
I haven't been able
I
to
couldn't
roll.
even roll. Yeah.
Oh, I can't
We tried in
manually
the
roll
chat.
either anymore.
Go ahead and just refresh.
Oh,
Oh, I could manually roll,
I got a 16.
Okay,
but I
one
didn't
sec.
add my thing.
We do the old-fashioned way and just note it all down. That works
Okay.
for me.
Alrighty.
2 seconds. I'm just refreshing.
Oh God, I don't want to think about doing all my shit
I
the
got
old.
13.
I know, dude.
I got so many dice.
It'll fix itself. It'll fix itself.
will.
Just have faith.
Refresh one more time. Yeah, it probably will fix itself during this. Probably just having server issues. Okay, let me. Yeah, the turn order for some reason is just completely broken. Just need to open up all my sheets again because I refreshed.
Wait,
Six.
Sam, was that the first 20 of the game?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess
Oh
so,
my
yeah.
god. Boys win. Boo.
Boo.
Oh, my sheet just stopped responding. I'm sheetless.
Oh no.
I'm sheetless.
Nice. As it should be.
I got everything memorized. I've memorized.
True, yeah.
my entire new character.
Are you a gamer or not, Tomato?
I know how to play my class that I haven't played yet in combat.
What if I reselect?
I have memorized.
Yeah, let me bring everything out and I'm going to track this manually. All right, hold on.
I'm gonna just see. Can I click anything? Oh, my attacks work. It's just initiative.
Oh, that's weird. I must.
Oh, yeah.
initiative must be-
Yeah, it's how weird.
I'm gonna try refreshing. There we go. This might fix it for me.
Okay, hold on. Just rolling for 3 things.
Good news. I shot a firebolt at the
Oh
wall
yeah,
and it-
refreshing now. I have the ability to pull out
Oh.
my token again.
Maybe I will refresh as well. Then let's just.
Don't think initiative's
seemed to
working.
fix
So that's... Wait. No. I think refreshing's a little bit.
Initiative is broken.
Trying one more thing. No, yeah, we'll
Just
just
like
we'll just do initiative manually. Okay, so
Good old pen and paper, huh?
who rolled what?
I rolled a 16.
16 for Adderwall. So anyone roll over a 20?
I rolled a 21.
21 Scold. Anyone 15 to 19?
Nope.
Well, I was 15 to 19. I was 16.
Yeah, I got you. I got
Yeah,
you. I got
it
you.
is
Okay.
16.
1 sec. Find down the creatures ones.
Oh, it's back. Anyway, that's.
That's fine.
Yeah.
10 to 15? Or 10 to 14?
Yeah.
13.
13?
Yes.
Yeah.
Did you roll, Fabia?
11.
And Timothy?
Aaron got a 13.
13 twins.
Aaron goes
my
before.
first roll was a 14.
She'll also roll for a 14. Okay.
Yeah, my first roll was.
This one will be for Almo. Basil, 14 Almo. And then anyone 10 or below.
Timmy got a 6.
Ooh, speedy.
Okay, that should be everyone, right?
I think.
Okay. So, you would see as climbing out of this chasm and leaping their way up onto the area, one of you just hear one leap back and you hear the scraping of like claw against arcane mag just coming off kind of far behind you. You see as these Quagoths step up, arch backs, and stand around you. Skull, you're up first.
Scuttle will step forward, and with his sea hut outstretched, I'm gonna attack this front wolf thing.
Yep.
A 22 to hit
22 hits.
for 12 bludgeoning,
12 bludgeoning.
and I'm gonna push it 5 feet
Okay.
towards the edge of the cliff.
Make a dex save just to see if it holds onto it because it's on the edge. You'd see as you just whack it, goes, tries to grip, starts to fall, and this one here goes, and like raises up a claw, and you just see as it casts Featherfall.
God damn it.
And it drifts down and manages to grab hold of it easily. Aside.
Okay. At seeing that one cast Featherfall, Skull will move over to it and hit that one.
Okay.
That's a nat 1 though.
You see as it kind of ducks to your side as you swing over it.
So he swings again. 21.
21 hits.
13 bludgeoning.
13 bludgeoning. Okay.
And then seeing the one, he's kind of surrounded at this point, he will invoke his stone rune as a bonus action.
Okay. Yeah, your skin kind of hardens slightly. You just see as you kind of whacked, he goes, you see a lot of them kind of look towards you.
That's my turn.
Okay. Up next is creature right in front of you's turn. And you see as it goes, and you see its kind of eyes go like a purplish color, and then suddenly, almost like growing out of it, you see several more forms, and it casts mirror image on itself.
Damn it.
Just gonna use this symbol, and it's gonna step probably around behind you. So it just creeps around you. Next up, you would see as the one next to you, Fabia, is going to go in for another couple of claw attacks. You've still got your shield up. So 19 doesn't hit. 25, though, does.
Yes.
No, it doesn't. Aaron will see that and use divided attention to spend 3 key points to reduce that by 6.
Oh my God, Aaron!
Just see,
You're so
as it kind of goes
handsome.
to bring a claw in, like seeing like the first strike hits against your shield and almost baits it in, goes to claw the other one, and Aaron kind of shimmers in front of you and scratches off to the side. And goes, this one is going to rush down and leap down towards you, Basil.
Okay.
2 claw attacks, a 14 and a 19.
I think both of those hit. Oh, actually, 14 does not.
Okay. You take 10 points of slashing damage. This claw just jumps down, just brings it down your chest, cutting through the cloth of you. The one that's going to climb up is going to use 10 feet of movement to climb back up. Stand here, looks towards Adderward, rushes straight towards him, goes in for 2 claws. A 20 to hit.
I'm going to react shield.
Okay. Claws again, 15. Cuts into the shield again. Kind of just stares at you, just leaning forward on its kind of hind legs. And the final one's going to attack you, Skull. 11 and 19 to hit.
I have 19 AC.
The 19 just hits then. So the second one just manages to claw under you, getting 8 points of slashing damage, reduced down to 4 because you're Horgan. And it cuts into your
Skull
skin a
is
little
kind of
bit.
confused by like the 4 images of the same creature around him.
Okay.
How much? 8 damage, you say?
Yeah, reduced down to 4 because you've got Horgan.
Yes, sir.
Adord, it's your turn.
Elward is going to Blade Song.
Mhm.
Boost his AC. And then he's going to cast, just because I want to do it, he's going to cast Tensor's Transformation on himself.
Okay.
And get very scary very suddenly.
Oh, shit.
Go ahead and roll
and
the
he's
10
gonna-
HP.
Yeah,
Oh,
50 temp
is
HP.
it straight? Okay, it's a straight value, yeah.
Straight 50 temp HP. Advantage on Constitution saving. Well, he gets proficiency in Constitution saving throws, and he has advantage because of Warcaster.
Okay.
And a bunch of other details that I'll bring up as they happen. He's gonna sort of look at his spear, completely inert and sort of not working anymore. He's just gonna snap it in half over his knee and just use both sides as his new weapons.
Go for it.
And just kind of sit there, like staring at the guy. And
Oh, because that's your
prepare to
action,
fight
right?
him.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that is my action.
All right,
So
yeah.
my turn is done. This guy stepped into my range, which was a big mistake.
Basil, you're up next.
All right, I am going to go around. Well, first, I'm going to look back at Almo and say, stay behind me. I'm going to go over here. And then can I do Voice of Thunder and try to hit all 4 of these without hitting
Nice.
Scold?
There's a
you
wall
allow?
here.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah,
It's
so-
high.
Yeah. That one's like a kind of bricks going up.
It's okay.
This at the top of it's probably about 15 feet, and every brick down is 5.
Okay. Never mind that then.
You can go back to where you were if you wanted to change your idea, by the way, because
Yeah, thank
wouldn't have
you.
known that,
I'm
you wouldn't have
gonna
known that.
do that.
so you would have known that even.
I would like to polymorph into the Winter Wolf, but I actually can't pull up the stats on the bio and info. It's just blank. I don't know if Roll20 is just glitching, but
Check for you.
thank
It's
you.
weird. It's not blank for me, so let me double check to make sure you can still. Oh, it's because it can't be edited by you. Here you go. You
Thank
should be
you.
good.
Oh, awesome.
now.
Thank you. Perfect. So I'll tell Elmo to stay behind me, and then I'll polymorph into a dire Winter Wolf.
Okay, go for it. You'd have to step down one just to do it so you don't crush anyone.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and move your token, and then I'll drag this bad boy into here.
Nice.
Oh, he's so cute.
Move your token down to the bottom right.
Awesome.
And then suddenly,
Thank you.
this massive dire winter wolf just appears on
Oh
it.
yeah.
Almo just kind of looks up at you. You've changed. You loom over the creature below. So stares up at you. Anything else?
That's it.
Almo on his turn is he's gonna like pull out a small lute, and he's gonna play a little song, and it's gonna be like it's gonna be like kind of like a very kind of it'll be like similar to like one of the first of the songs you played with him, Basil. A very kind of fast jig song, and he kind of taps his foot at the same time. You kind of hear it going through, and he's gonna give you a bardic inspiration. It's a D6 for him.
Awesome.
And then he'll take the dodge action.
Perfect.
Okay. Up next is Aaron.
Aaron is going to, let's see. Use his new staff to smack this boy.
Okay.
Any second. 26. Ooh.
That hits.
He's going to go for 2 hits.
Okay. 8 points of bludgeoning. 17 hits as well.
17. Okay. Sick.
16 points of bludgeoning. Very nice. Just whack,
And with
whack.
that, he's going to use his free hand to smack. A little
Go for it.
slap.
Just 1 or 2?
God, it's been so long. I don't remember.
2's when you spend a
2
key
is
point.
the bonus action, yeah? The key point bonus action.
Yeah.
He'll go for 2.
Go for it.
11 and
11 misses.
21.
21 hits.
11.
Another 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Nice. Just pounds it left, right, and center. And then could you also roll a...
Yeah.
Okay. You're good. The DC goes up by 1. Okay. Anything else?
That is it.
Fia.
Hello. It's very awkward not having a turn order ready so I can obsess. Okay, I'm gonna pop up next to our boy Elmo.
Mm-hmm.
At least block him off from there. And then I am going to Twin Firebolt the guy next to Edelward and the guy in front of Elmo.
Okay. Yeah.
So let's see what we got. A 13
Just
and a
hits.
21. Okay,
it.
and that is
Wow, you rolled high.
We'll do 22 for the one next to Adelward, and let's do 26 for the one
Yeah,
in front of Elmo.
Step, reaching out both your hands to the side. Firebolts just kind of having it hit against their furs, burning pieces of their patches of their fur, sorry. And you see both of them kind of barking orders to each other. Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna have. Oh shit! I forgot to bring him out. I'm just gonna have Pog hang out next to Elmo, in case he needs anything. I remember a long time ago I got like remember I got that journal, that elven journal. But like, will that come in handy at all? I always forget what it's something about the Underdark does. Like, does that come into play at all?
Let me see if I can find it.
I know, because I just have the description of it in Roll20. It just says like it takes 20 hours to read.
Hey Joe.
Yeah.
But I remember it did something.
I was gonna ask, since I also remember I have a familiar as well. Can we just, like, for simplicity, just say the familiar is usually with Adelward, like so we don't have to worry about an extra token for it, just like be on him.
Yeah, I can put it right next to you.
I just don't want to have us babysitting another token.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably put it in there for next week, just for simplicity's sake, because they can attack the familiar. So just so I can remind it it's another target.
Yeah.
But yeah, for future reference. Yeah. It contains information on the Underdark creatures. You would recognize from the drawings. These are Quagoths. Essentially, they are a very kind of like dangerous civilization of Underdark creatures. They hunt in packs. They communicate through Undercommon, and they always kind of lead. They're led by like a shaman who leads their packs.
Got it.
They have a form of civilization in their own right, and so you would know at the very least, like, they know when they're running away from a fight. They know when to do a fight.
Okay.
Smart.
Dang, they aren't very smart though, because this isn't.
I guess I'll yell that an abbreviated version of that to the group. That there's a shaman who I guess we've already identified, and yeah.
Okay.
And the rest. That's it. That's my turn.
Okay. Fabia.
Okay, Fabia is going to cunning action disengage.
Cool.
And then sort of do a cool slide underneath
Nice.
Basil's legs over to where Almo is.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, remind me, what is this thing?
That's Pog.
That's Pog. Okay.
What is this thing?
What is
Wow.
this thing? I couldn't tell.
Pug's wings droop a
It
little
looks
bit.
like intestines on my screen.
What
It's
is
like,
It's really fierce. It's what he thinks he
Maybe.
looks like in his head.
No, that
Maybe.
thing's tiny. Oh, gee, that's a pseudo dragon picture. In the picture, you can see it right next to a mouth.
Yeah, but
Very
like,
small.
but his face looks like mean, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
Like he
okay.
thinks he looks mean.
Fabia, is gonna like slide under the legs, pop up next to Almo, and put a hand on his shoulder and be like, "Hey, bud, how do you feel about being like down here in the shit?"
Huh? Yeah, I don't know.
Not good. Okay, great. I'm gonna cast Spider Climb on you, and you're gonna run up that wall, and you're just gonna stay there until we're done. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, great. That's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
I'm just gonna like touch his chest and like pour some magic into him and be like, "You should be able to just run up the wall. So just like, go for it, bud."
Yeah, he doesn't really know what it means, but he's gonna do it. Anything else?
And that's all I can do with my turn.
Okay. Timothy.
Timmy's going to pull out the compass that he had Basil etch the symbol onto and cast Otherworldly Form after seeing Adelward transform as fiery wings sprout from his back.
The hell is copying my move? Like immediately.
Don't be sad, but I can do that too.
And then he's going to
know,
smack
sorry.
towards this
Not
thing.
as cool as me though. Like a
Not one and then a 17.
Okay, and that one was 17. 17 hits.
It will be 20 damage.
20 damage.
As I stay put here.
Okay. Do you have the spell, by the way? Because I'm not familiar with it. You're posting it.
Otherworldly Form is like the more support version of transformation.
No.
Which book's it?
It's from Tasha's.
Oh, okay.
I can pull it up.
Oh, I haven't.
It's
Sorry,
for
right here.
it's the caster version of Tensor's transformation.
Got it. Okay, cool.
There you go.
Appreciate it. Okay. You still have a bonus action, right? Or is that a bonus action to cast it?
Yes, but I can't do anything.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
Cool. Back to the top of the round. Skull.
Skull will, I guess, attack the images.
Okay.
He'll press on. 23 to hit, 16 bludgeoning.
All right, let me roll to see if it was a... let me just double check so I don't get the rules of Mirage wrong. I haven't used this spell in a little while. It's on a first one. 6 or higher. Yeah, so you crash into one of the duplicates, causing it to fade. It looks yours, you kind of
Swings at the second one. 25 to hit for 16 bludgeoning.
Okay. You hit the row one. You slam into him. And he goes, taking the
Found
16 bludgeoning. They seem to shimmer and form around him again.
28 to hit for 13.
Gonna roll again. And you swing this time and you crash with one of the duplicates, causing it to go like shatter into like almost like fur that drifts to the ground and fades.
Are there any left?
There's one left.
One duplicate
One duplicate,
left?
yeah, one duplicate.
Okay,
sorry.
okay, cool.
You can
Yeah,
see he's
that's
kind
my
of already worried that you're just crushing through them so quick. Okay.
As he should be.
On his
Do I
turn,
understand the language they're speaking, by the way, or is it
you speak
not
Undercommon?
anything? No, I speak Abyssal.
Yeah, you don't understand it then. On his turn, he is going to cast Heat Metal right on your maul.
What an asshole.
You would see as he kind of like goes, and it feels burning hot against your hand. Let me double check what save you have to make. Could you please make a con save?
Yeah. 21.
You feel the burning against your hands, and you take 9 points of fire damage as you're just gonna feel it heating up in your grip. You manage to hold on to it. You don't want to drop it. That'd be the end. Yeah, that'd be the end of his turn. There's a slight sound of the moan again as you guys are all fighting.
Oh, the ghost. Oh no.
Not again.
And flying.
I guess I should have read my book better because I thought the moaning was them.
down from the ceiling, straight towards you, Timothy.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. We're good.
This creature comes down. He's going to attempt to bite.
Bite Timmy. Come on.
kind
He's
of
so
ghoul.
nice.
22 to hit.
Aaron will use 1 key point to reduce that by 2, so it doesn't.
Okay. You see, as you kind of distract it, it tries to wrap itself around you, and then gets pulled away. It's going to attempt to fly straight up again.
What a dick.
Can I attack a bop it?
Yeah. It's going to go 10 feet into the air.
I'll attack a bop with... Is that a reaction what Aaron does? Let me see. I don't think divided attention doesn't say it's a reaction, is it not?
Divided attention?
Yeah, it's a thing that reduces rolls with key points.
I would have meant to do it as a reaction.
Okay.
It would make sense for the fact that he's reacting to someone else taking damage.
Okay, does a 20 hit for Timmy?
A 20 does hit.
That is 12, 18.
18 points of damage as you just slam into it as it goes up. It lets out like a little... You can see now it's going... making kind of mimicking almost like weird kind of crying and moaning sounds of people as it flies up.
Go.
And then on the Quagoths' turn, this one's gonna come down here around Aaron, avoiding the cloaker, and take 2 attacks towards Aaron. A 10 to hit and an 18 to hit.
Neither
Oh,
hit.
like they're not friends.
You're just dodging side to side. The one in front of you, Basil, is gonna claw up at you. 18
Okay.
and 8.
18 hits.
You take 10 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Can you roll a con save as well, please?
Yes. As the wolf,
As
right?
the wolf, yeah.
Okay, let me do that really quick. That's embarrassing. 8.
You drop back to your normal form.
No.
All right. I didn't get to do anything.
He looks really cool, though.
Looked very cool.
You see as it just cuts into your paw. You haven't got like quite the grip on the form yet, so you appear back as yourself. The one in front of you, Edward, is going to go for 2 claw attacks. An 11 and a 14, they both miss, I'm guessing.
No way. Yeah.
Moving side to side. And the one next to you, Scold, is actually going to go for a grapple. It's a beat of 16 as it tries to go in and grab you.
18.
You manage just to pull away from it, holding it off from you. It's going to move here 1 step to its left. And that would be Adol's turn now.
So, I attack with advantage on all hits, and I have triple advantage, which I've yet to make a macro for. So I'm just going to roll 3 normal attacks for each attack, so that we don't have to roll another, just spare one.
What do you
This
mean
is
by
my
triple
first
advantage?
attack. Elven accuracy. Gives me advantage, gives me 1
Oh,
reroll
I
of
see.
any.
1 reroll, yeah.
Yeah, so my first one is a 28 to hit.
28 hits.
So that'll be 11 piercing plus 2d12, so that's 22 damage on my first hit.
Ooh.
Okay. 22 damage.
Next attack is a 26
26 hits.
for another 11 plus 12, so 23 damage.
23 damage.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to attack with my offhand weapon
Okay.
for another 25.
25 hits.
So that's going to be 4 damage plus another 20 for 24 damage.
What's the plus 24?
That's Tensor's transformation. That's 2d12 every hit I make.
Oh, every hit. Okay.
Every single hit. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you slash into it again, just cutting through it. How much damage total? Yeah, the thing drops down dead on the floor in front of you. Okay.
And yeah, then I guess Did Skull actually get grappled, or is he just just fighting two guys?
What do you think, bud? What do you think, bud?
Come on.
I'm definitely gonna get in the caster's face with you. I'm gonna run over there.
Okay.
And that's my turn.
Up next is Basil.
All right, let's try to do something else cool.
I'm sure Elmo was really impressed that
You
you
gotta
turned
look at
Elmo
Elmo
He's
right
never
now.
seen that. Like,
He's also single again, by the way. So
oh shit!
I have a
Back to the
girlfriend!
love triangle.
Okay.
Different Erica, dude.
I'm gonna do a voice of thunder just on the one in front of us.
Okay.
Basil, I died for you.
Stop.
Is that con save? Or is that
Dex
dex
save.
Yeah. Always ask that. It's a
Those
9.
are making me blush. Roll my damage. 23 nat ones, really? Come on. Not on my A game.
You blast it, like singing into it. You see it kind of ripple against the wall, bits of it just kind of crushing. And it leans up going, clearly wounded from that.
Okay, awesome. And then I will give a bardic inspiration to Fabia, who as a thank you for what you just did for Elmo. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Okay. Up next then is Almo, who he's gonna dart off this way, climb over, and before he does, he's gonna turn around. He's gonna look towards you, Fabia, and he's gonna say, "You're the real heart of Godsbane. Everyone knows it." And then dart over here, giving you a bardic inspiration D6, and
Yes, nice.
he walks up to the
Double
wall
bard.
and confusing puts
feeling
one
good
foot
right
against
now.
it and then starts climbing up with his hands. He's so confused and climbs up midway and he goes back. Wait,
You're
if he goes to
doing
5,
great.
10, 15, 20. Only 10 feet up.
GG,
but
bud.
he goes 10 feet, he goes on the wall, just looks behind. This is weird.
That's 10 feet higher on a wall than he's ever been, man. That's still high, right?
You don't know.
Like,
Aaron.
that's true.
Aaron's gonna swing at the one below him
Okay.
for 2 hits. 14 and 20.
Both hit.
Oh. These things don't have good AC. A total of 16 bludgeoning and then a single unarmed strike
Okay.
for 26.
Yep, that hits. You guys are rolling insane today. Crack
10
him
more.
twice and then one straight to the throat. And he drops to the side dead.
Sick.
Aaron still got his movement.
And he's actually gonna move up to the one next to Basil. Because this thing's up high, so it doesn't get an attack of op. Yeah, it's 10 feet.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's it.
Okay. Fia, your turn.
All right, I'm gonna send. Pog is gonna go over to kind of stay near Elmo, just in case.
Okay.
And then I would like to. How high up is the flying dude?
Just 10 feet at the moment.
Okay. 10 feet at the moment. I would like to. I'm gonna firebolt him, but I also want I'm gonna firebolt it, and I would also like to quicken and mind whip it.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna use my Shadowfell shard so I can give it disadvantage on that int save against the mind whip. Whatever order, I guess, all that shit has to happen in.
So go through, you're doing
I'm always
Mind Whip.
Slightly confused on it. Mind whip, and I'm gonna quicken. Which one do I quicken? I'm bad at this.
You're quickening your cantrip to go to the bonus action.
Okay. All right. Well, then I guess I can't use the Shadowfell shard because.
That'd be a bonus action, right?
Well, the Shadowfell shard I can just use whenever I cast a meta magic, but I guess it would technically apply to the Firebolt because that's the one I'm quickening, right? And
Yeah.
not the thing.
Yeah. Basically,
Okay,
you
I'm
can
still
cast a
gonna do it,
cantrip and a
yeah.
spell on a turn, but because most
Yeah.
cantrips are one action, Quicken allows you to cast any cantrip as a bonus.
I'm still gonna mind whip it and firebolt it, so it still has to try for an int save.
Okay.
DC 17.
Rolled an 18.
All
Holds
right,
up against
well,
it.
fuck off.
Still do
It
damage?
does. Yes. Hold on. It's gonna take half of 3d6. Well, great. It's gonna take 2 psychic damage, so
2 psychic
that
damage.
felt super important to do. And then hold on, I'm scrolling for my firebolt. And then only a 14 on the firebolt to hit.
Only 14 to hit. It's exactly his armor class. Hit.
Oh, thank God. Well, then it's gonna take 26 points of fire damage. So eat a bee.
You just hit it.
right.
And yeah, is that the end of your turn?
And then wait, hold on, where am I? I'm gonna just hop over here a little bit so I can see everything a little bit better. But yeah, that's it. That's me.
Cool. Okay. Up next, then, we have Fabio. Timothy, you're on deck. I think you're muted.
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm gonna shoot.
Gaslight gatekeep girl boss.
I was pretending for a dude. I'm gonna shoot over Basil's shoulder at this guy.
Go for it.
Big fly boy. No, where'd my sheet go? Ma'am, there you are. I get advantage and I get sneak. Oh, 16?
Hits.
Okay.
For 34 points of damage.
34.
Okay, yeah. You hit it straight into the side. Starts floating its wings beside it. Anything else?
That's all I can do.
Quite a lot. Timothy.
Timmy is going to, using his wings, ascend up 10 feet, chasing this thing,
Okay.
and attempt 2 attacks on it first.
Go for it.
'23 and 21.
Both hits.
Sick. Oh god, I gotta add all these up. 14, 28 damage.
28 damage. Nice.
And then using his bonus action, he's gonna bring out his spiritual weapon right next to him
Okay. Out the old hammer.
at 4th level, yeah, and swing that too.
Okay. Let me get it. Go ahead and do the swing.
Is it? I gotta find it on my list. A 20.
A 20 hits.
Ignore the radiant. 14 more damage.
14 more damage. Thing's already looking hurt. You guys done a lot of damage to it.
And that is it.
I have lost the hammer because I've got access to a lot more stuff in Roll20.
You can just
right
say he holds it in his
So-
offhand
now. Yeah, it can just be right next to you for now.
for now.
Okay. Then Scold, top of the round.
He's muted.
No, I was testing also. Seeing Adderwood roll up, he's gonna turn his attention to the smaller one, and give him a little beat down.
Okay.
18 to hit,
That hits.
13 bludgeoning,
13 bludgeoning.
20 to hit for 15 bludgeoning, dirty 20.
15 bludgeoning. Just whack it twice with your hammer, knocking it about.
And another 20 to hit for 13 bludgeoning, and I'll, with the follow through, we'll push him towards the edge
Very
of
nice.
the cliff.
Yeah.
Turn to face him.
He like stands at the edge. Kind of a little bit panicked now. Okay. Anything else?
That's my turn.
Okay. How many have you killed? You've killed. You're gonna see as yeah. It is going to take the disengage action Actually, one sec. What is disengage? Let me see. Yeah. It's gonna actually not take a disengage. It is gonna move straight through you both. So you get attack opportunity.
Okay. I rolled a 19.
Okay, 19 would hit. Let me see. You hit him.
Okay, for 14 plus another 15, so 29.
Yep, 29. So take of that. Do you want to take an attack opportunity, Skull? Did you just slash against it?
Skull's back was like to him
Okay.
when he moved.
Yeah,
It's
Lord
fine.
was directly going into him.
And he's gonna cast Featherfall on himself and leap right off the edge. And he's moved 5, 10, 15. And I believe, let me just give a check. Yeah. He's gonna drift down, floating down another 45 feet.
Like trying to run.
Yeah. He leapt off the edge to go under. You just see him
What a
drifting down.
baby. No respect.
I could
for this
get
guy.
him. I could chase him if I wanted. Like,
I could chase him if I wanted.
And you hear as he leaps off. And they all kind of look towards him. On the Cloaker's turn, it's going to fly straight down towards you, Basil.
Okay.
And
Come
fly up.
on.
You're right next to it on you, Timothy.
I think Timmy's under it though, right?
No, I flew up. Because I can fly.
Yeah, it doesn't want to take an attack opportunity, so it's gonna attack you then, Timothy. 22 to hit.
Just hits.
You take 12 points of piercing damage, and it wraps around you and encases you.
Oh God.
You were considered blinded, unable to breathe.
Oh God.
Well, that's not great.
As you feel its mouth wrap around you, and its whole body goes across you. You just see the kind of blanketed Timmy in the air.
No.
You can take your action on your turn to try and break free with it with a strength check. Okay. And then it's going to do... Let me just double check if it can hit you. Yeah. And then it's going to do a tail strike against you. Which is a nat 20.
Ooh.
Ooh.
But rolled very low for only 6 points of slashing damage. This tail just goes cutting the bottom of your leg. And that's it.
Okay, I'm good.
On the other Quagoths turns, this one's going to disengage, climb up here, 5, 10, 15, and wait. And this one's going to disengage 5, 10, and 20, 25, and wait there on the edge. Adder, what's your turn?
how much of a climb is it to get up here? And from up here, would I be able to reach the thing grappling Timothy?
What was that?
Would you be able to reach it? Yeah, if you were there, you could reach it.
Yeah,
This is
that's what I'm
15
thinking.
feet high on the top end. So this bit up here is 15, this bit's 10, and then at the bottom is 5.
Okay, my move speed is 40. So I could reach there and then bonus action slide to get all the way.
Yeah.
So I'm going to do that and get within reach right there and
Run up,
give
leap
it
on
what
that,
for?
skid straight towards it. Okay.
So that's going to be one attack, all low 16.
16 hits.
Okay. 11 plus another, so 16 damage.
It takes 8 damage. Timothy, you take 8.
Ooh, so it's splitting it with him. That's trickier. Okay. Thing is, when I recognize that Timothy's taking damage,
You slash, and then you hear like a ooh underneath.
Timothy! trying to get you out of there.
Did you hit me?
I have nothing else I can do this turn because that was my action to attack. Did it take any kind of? Did it look like it sort of loosened its grip when I attacked it?
No.
Okay. Well, that's it for me then. For this turn, gang. I'm. Don't worry, I'm in range. Next turn, I can do something.
Basil.
All right. If I move here, if I voice of thunder, that, yeah, I was gonna say I'd probably hurt you, right? Shit. Okay, what about this? Can I try to do hypnotic pattern on it
Okay.
and not hit Edelward?
That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
Well,
So that's a wisdom save.
It's definitely going to fail that.
Okay. So it's charmed, incapacitated, has a speed of 0.
Nice.
If it takes damage, obviously it undoes this, but
Okay. It is wrapped around you, Timothy, right now. You can't breathe, and you feel it kind of close, and it just kind of... It doesn't loosen, but it's no longer like writhing. You don't feel the teeth trying to gnash at you.
is it on the ground?
They're 10 feet up in the air, hovering in the
Okay,
air.
okay, gotcha. Okay.
Which, if it's incapacitated, yeah, they both drop to the ground. So they
Okay.
both take, it'd be 1d6 damage, and it would transfer across to Timothy. So 1 damage each.
Climbed up all
As they
the way up here from
slam to the ground.
Could I step forward and try to assist in any way as like a bonus action to like...
Help is a full action.
Okay. Never mind. Then I will just stay back here and hope that I made it easy enough for Timmy to get out.
Okay. Almo's just going to take dodge action on this turn. He can only do 2 bardic inspirations. So he's just going to stay back up there. He climbs an extra like 10 feet, and then he realizes it's darker up there, and he just goes back down 10 feet and stays where he was kind of comfortable and be like, I'm just going to stay where I am here.
Do you, bud?
Aaron, it's your turn.
Aaron is... Oh, God. Actually, he wants to... Can he, like, half scale this wall, just be within reach, but not up all the way?
Yeah.
Just, like, sort of hang on to a rock on the side, just to
Sure.
be in range of this thing?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, it's on the floor
It's
now.
on the floor. Yeah.
He'll still be here, just, like, 5 feet up, so he's still in range of it, just in case it takes off again. But he's not going to hit it. He's just going to wait here, and that's his turn.
Okay. Fear.
Okay. Timmy is okay HP wise, just it can't breathe and can't move, right? And he can try to get out of that every time on his turn.
A creature can take that action to try and break it with a strength check.
Okay. All right. So I would like to I'm gonna have Pog go over there so he can help on a check to help.
Oh, you
someone
don't
who
see
can actually...
Timothy. Does he need to see him to help?
No. Can't. You said someone else can help, right?
Oh, okay. So
can
he's gonna
someone,
prep a help.
Like, so if
Okay.
someone else is gonna, like, if Aaron's gonna try to get him out of there or whatever,
okay.
Pog could help.
So
Aaron,
you want to
right?
prep to help the next creature that tries to get him out.
Do any of us down here have decent strength?
I have proficiency in strength right now.
-1, so not
But
me.
that's not
fine.
very strong,
bud.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, yeah. So Pog is prepped to help whomever can actually help, which is not Fia. And then so what do we got? We got this dude here, and this guy's like kind of over the edge.
He's 45 feet down, floating.
He's 45 feet down. Fuck that guy. All right. I'm sure he's nice. Actually, he's not nice. We already know that. Okay. Pog's over there. I'm gonna just twin firebolt the 2 guys that are still up.
bonk them both into the hole.
Okay. Yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to see this one. It's on the other edge of the
Okay,
rock.
because he's on the. If I
If you
if I
picture it,
kinda
then
hop
you're,
over here.
you're below. Yeah, if you go around there, you can.
All right. So 05. Come on, help me out a little bit. All right.
Left and right.
Firebolt left, 27. Firebolt right is only a 12.
27. That one
So that's
drops
30.
down dead, smoldering on the side. And then the other one, how much was that? That was 23.
23.
That one looks hurt. As you hit it on the back, you see the whole kind of range of its back just burns. And it leans over, waiting for its turn to leap off, kind of growling back towards you. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Fabia.
I shoot
What are you shooting?
This thing.
The thing? Okay.
this thing, yeah.
Go for it.
Boop, boop, doop, doop, doop. A 20
20 hits.
or 35. Looks like
35 points of damage. It takes 18. Timothy, you take 18 points of damage. It looks very hurt, and it breaks the hypnotic pattern.
Damn it.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Fucked up. Not even I did that.
Okay, you still hold your concentration. Anything else in your turn?
No, that's all I can do.
Okay. Skull. Oh, sorry, Timothy. Sorry, Timothy. You are currently blinded
Yeah.
and unable to breathe.
How does blinded affect melee attacks when it's all around me?
You have disadvantage hit. Essentially, the reason being in this case is because it's wrapped around you.
Then what about a touch spell? Would that still be at disadvantage if I make an attack roll? Since I could just reach out and touch it?
I'll say no. Makes sense.
Okay. Then I'm going to reach out and cast a 4th level Inflict Wounds.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh, you don't even have to reach. You just do it, right? Like,
Where is it? One of my million spells.
look
I'll
up.
just cast
It's
it from
gonna
here.
be in the sky.
That's a bad roll, though. 14.
14 hits.
Okay.
How much
this
damage?
doesn't.
No shit.
It will be, ignore the radiant, 30, 20, or 41.
It takes 20 damage. You take 20 damage.
Yeah.
But you burn into it. You feel kind of the necrotic energy ciphering back into your hand and like burns up your arm. You feel just its body and break off of you, and it drops to the ground like rolling up dead beside you.
Yucky.
Yicky.
Give this man a health potion.
I have. Fuck.
I'm still good.
Okay, that's your action. What do you want to do with the rest of it? You kind of break the... Take a deep breath and it collapses off of you.
Breathe.
My bonus action, I'll click my Boots of Speed and just book it towards what's left.
Okay.
Just stand near him. First, I'll look to everybody and say, thank you. 10, 20... 30. He'll just stand right here.
Walk that off well.
Okay. You rush up behind that one. Now it's Goldstone. So this one's 45 feet down. This one's up on the ledge.
How high up's this guy?
Just 5 feet off the ground.
Oh. Scott will start going this way, and he'll swing up at the one on the rock.
Okay.
Uh, 26 to hit. First one was a miss.
26
11
hits.
bludgeoning.
And with that, you just swing up. It's looking down towards Moss, looks toward you, and you crack it. Neck breaks, lunges over the side, and falls, dropping dead off of the edge.
I'm assuming this one is just long gone. He's like into the pit. At this
He's
point.
45 feet down. So if you have dark
Yeah.
vision at 60 feet, you can still see him.
At least spit on him.
Skull kind of like peers over the edge and just goes, "Ugh," and just like,
Is it worth chasing?
Nah.
I got something. If I have time.
He picks up his maul and Scold's done. That's his turn.
Okay. On this creature's turn, it is going to descend down an extra 60 feet, down to 105 feet. And takes the dodge action. It is Adderwood's turn.
Well, my gliding cloak is basically the same kind of effect as Featherfall, so could I, like, glide down a little bit and then cast something funny at him?
Do you have dark
while he
vision?
runs away? Yeah, I have dark vision.
Yeah.
Something funny.
Yeah, you could
Cool,
could
Adderwood's
descend
gonna
down.
jump in after him, kind of annoyed.
Your thing's 30 feet, isn't it?
Let
Or is it 60 feet?
me check the exact wording of it.
What, the spell?
No, his cloak.
My cloak. Yeah, you can descend 30 feet around.
Okay, so you could get, if you moved up that way, 5, 10, 15, you'd be able to get within 75 feet then.
Okay, cool. In that case, Alward's gonna first drop Tensor's transformation, which means he's going to have to make a Constitution DC 15 Constitution saving throw, or B, get a level of exhaustion.
Okay.
I have advantage on this, and it's going to be +5 instead of +4.
Yep.
Actually, would I have advantage? Sorry, I have like 8 different things that modify my Constitution saving throws now. No, it's just be flat.
Yeah, it'd be flat because it's not, it's a maintain.
So yeah, it's a 22. Sorry, I
fine.
still rolled it with.
You kind of come out of it expecting this kind of lethargy, but you kind of hold it off. Yeah.
And I'm gonna hop in after him.
Okay.
Fucking guys, annoying. I'm going to cast a level 5 sleep spell on him, and just see if he enjoys his fall. If it knocks him out, so that's going to be, let's see, 5d8 plus another 8. Yeah, it's gonna be 13d8 of sleep.
What range is sleep? Is sleep
Right
within?
It is a 90-foot range
Yeah, okay.
spell.
Okay.
So 13d8. Let's see if I break them out of health. Yeah, it's 73.
You see as it's descending, it looks up as you and goes. But technically, it's still just gliding its way down.
Yeah, but
It's not concentration.
maybe Featherfall will wear off.
Maybe
He's
you
just
land on a
asleep and
pillow.
gliding gently to the bottom.
You,
I don't know,
yeah,
maybe something worse down there.
yeah. He's basically just drifting now, and just slowly drifts down now, fully asleep.
That's all I had. That's all I could do. I wanted to swing something at him, guys.
You've drifted down like 30 feet, or like at least like 20. How are you gonna get back up?
He'll cast Fall to go back up.
Okay, come back to the surface.
Yeah.
We can end initiative there. You kind of turn and come back up towards the surface, drifting down to where everyone else is.
He died. I got him. Don't worry about it. He's dead.
Nice.
Hand on the side. The body's just kind of still cold. Still warm, and the cloak is wrapped up beside you. Guys are safe for the most part. Almo climbs back down the wall. Huh. Wow. So that's what you guys do.
Yeah.
Something like
Very
that.
often.
Yeah.
Just to manage expectations for you.
Yeah.
As a light warm up.
Okay, well, kind of looks towards the chasm. Should probably go, right? Just keep things
Are
moving.
you like any good at hiding?
I played hide and seek in my time, but I.
All right.
You saying hide whenever we get into a situation?
No, I just was kind of. I mean, Elmo. The thing is, like, every situation's a little bit different, right? So what works in one isn't. Let's just walk. It's fine.
Can I like look for signs of any other attacks? See if like the people ahead of us would have gotten attacked or anything.
Yeah.
You would
Is it just
go ahead and roll
survival
a
check?
survival check. Yeah.
16.
You notice that a lot of footsteps came through here. You can see the kind of the dust is being upheaved, and you see plenty of footprints all around. You don't see any other signs of blood or anything though. You could pretty much get that they probably wouldn't have attacked such a large crowd, and and no one
We're
was
waiting
attacked.
for the stragglers.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. That's reassuring.
Yeah.
All right.
The chasm, as it goes round, you can see where it kind of cuts back into the tunnel area, leading you back into the general tunnel.
Yeah, as we I feel like that it's kind of fucked up to leave this tunnel accessible like this if we can like take a rest and like fix it and cave in the other part so no one has to deal with these assholes in the hole. Is that crazy?
No, let's do it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's late now, so it's time for probably for a long rest. So if there's anything you want to do before you go to bed, what would you like to do?
Elrod's gonna cast Stone Shape at the cave-in and just try to get an idea from like carving out a passageway in that how deep this might go.
Yeah, you'd see the other end of the tunnel comes out probably a good 15 feet away from it. So overall, it's probably a good 70 feet of rocks that have kind of collapsed. A huge cave in.
Maybe
the
not
tunnel.
then.
But you can like work on it for a couple hours as well and try and move some stuff. But there is a danger of it collapsing on you as well.
That's too much for Stone Shape to really punch through.
Is there anything you want to do instead to try and defend it, or?
It's just like it's like real big rubble.
Yeah,
right.
Essentially, the ceiling's collapsed in on it.
Yeah, got it. I mean, I can do telekinesis and move some shit, but it lasts for like 10 minutes, and
there's only one left, and he's injured. I doubt they'll be attacking anyone anytime soon.
They're dead. I killed them.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, we could leave a sign or something, or just hope that anybody coming through here is able to fight it off.
Yeah, you can leave a sign if you like.
Sure.
Etch it into like the rock or something with your sword.
I can do that.
Graffiti sword time.
Okay.
Nice.
What do you put?
What should I put?
Beware of flying cloaks and
beware of cloaks. Beware of beasts.
Yeah. Beasts ahead, beware.
Yeah.
Beasts ahead, beware. Okay. Any drawing with it? Or just the words?
Yeah, I want to try to draw the thing.
Yeah, okay. You draw the little furry face of the angry Quagoth, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there like an art check?
Yeah, go ahead and do a performance check. We'll see. We'll see if there's a...
Yes. Oh my god, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it looks great.
All right.
You've even got a little bit of shading on it.
Wow, Basil, you're getting really good with that.
Oh, thanks.
Use some of the moss to create like a fur effect on it.
Hang on, guys, just one more.
So just outside the tunnels, where do you want to take your rest for the night, or do you want to press on through the night? You get exhausted, but
I think we should rest.
Yeah. We burned through a lot of spell slots. At least I did during the city.
I wanted to test all my new spells, so I'm low.
Yeah.
Are you resting in the chasm area, or are you going to rest in the main tunnel?
Let's rest in the main tunnel.
Yeah.
Next to the giant chasm with big monster. Not that they're alive still.
You head out into the main tunnel, going back into the way, and you can kind of just get a little bit ways on before you'd find just a quiet little corner area where you can just set up camp for the night. You take a long rest, lying down, sleeping underneath the tunnel, the runes glowing on the walls, illuminating the area.
During the long rest, can I just tell Almo the bardic inspiration thing he did was really cool to make sure he doesn't feel totally fucking useless?
Yeah, he looks at you and goes, I'm not an adventurer like you, I guess, but
No, I mean that's perfect. I do that a lot of the time. So you had the right, you had the right instinct. Totally.
There's power in words.
Absolutely.
Besides, this will make for some good songs.
It's the best part about it.
Can't wait to hear all of yours. He kind of lies back, and you see like a moment of like happiness on his face, where he's like looking around, amazed to be part of a party, and then kind of the sorrow hits him as he remembers, and the adrenaline wears off, and he kind of curls up for the night and kind of throws a blanket over, and you can just kind of hear him rustling around quite a bit, unable to sleep.
Pug's gonna go over and lay by him.
Oh, sweet.
You get the notion that he does not want to look at Pog,
Oh no!
and that you
And then
hear,
Pog's gonna
you'd hear quiet
then-
weeping.
Pog's gonna like
I'll just,
put his Pog's gonna put his little head down and just like slink away.
Yeah, my snowman is just gonna walk on by and like give him a look and look.
We're like fucking Elsa's like troupe, dude.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Fucking Disney ensemble, like Mushu and the fucking snowman.
Oh fuck.
You sleep.
I have a thing that I want to do.
I also have a thing I want to do.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah, Dodger, then tomorrow. What's the thing?
My thing doesn't need to be RP'd out, but Fabia would make an unseen servant and have it cook for us because we need food made by an unseen servant for a spell.
Just a sandwich, I think.
What is happening?
It's cool, right?
You see the unseen servant just creating something, a little set of sandwiches.
I
I don't think it knows how to cook, but like you're doing great. You're doing a great
It's just
job.
pushing the ingredients together.
Yeah. He just kind of does this until it's a big mush.
It's just.
It's really fun. It's so fun. You just never know. There was a rock in there once.
Elward's gonna cast Tiny Hut. We don't do the sleeping without Tiny Hut anymore. So he's gonna hut it up.
Okay, you create the hut. Everyone's slipping into it and rests in there. You hear the sounds down in the chasm of various things skittering and whatnot, but nothing seems to be coming your way. You slip into a rest. By the time you wake up, you can't remember. It doesn't. You can't really tell if it's the morning or if it's the evening, but you feel like you've rested plenty. The tunnels are dark and only illuminated by the glowing runes. Okay. And you press on in the morning, I'm guessing, or 8 hours later?
Yeah, I do want to talk about a bit of a logistic thing that, like, we may not want to think about, but at some point people have to go to the bathroom. What if they get locked out of the tiny hut during
God.
Yeah, I imagine the tiny hut is very much...
Has a tiny chamber pot.
Let me double
Yeah.
check.
We're all very comfy
You
with
can't
each
come in and out, can you?
We have a piss corner. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You can come in and out, can you? No creature can fit them beside
Can
you.
you? got
And
so
then when you
much
cast a spell,
dex.
can move through it freely. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, you're good.
This corner
I
not
pee in the
needed.
hut anyway.
Aw,
Oh
man.
shit! Sorry, guys. You said we could leave. I'm sorry.
Our adult just said no one could leave.
I don't know. I
He doesn't
gotta
really know the
go.
spells he's casting yet.
Dude, in D&D, everyone
one
just
leaves.
pisses their pants and prestidigitates it out. It's like the Harry Potter world, but
That's
we're fucked up.
that's absolutely happening.
Whenever the dome fades, just the smell wafts out.
Okay, if it's the next day,
Mhm.
I'm gonna try to send a message.
Through tack, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'm gonna try to send a message to Mr. Luck.
Okay.
Hey, Elmo. I'm gonna try to send a message to Mr. Luck and let him know that you're okay if you wanna like send it with me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so just sit here.
Right?
This is really gonna freak
I didn't
him
bring
out.
my quill. And he's like,
No, it's fine. I'm just gonna use this, and I'm gonna take tack out and turn him into a thing.
Okay.
Okay. You just have to look at it. I'll talk, right? But you could like wave or whatever. Fia 100% is convinced that he's on Mythos, but she know for sure. And nobody said shit to Elmo about whether or not that is a thing. So we're gonna just try this. So we'll try to send a message. and if it lights up, we'll go
I'm trying to send a message to
Mr. Luck.
Yep, it goes
Yeah.
through.
Okay. So, sent runner for you. Almo was attacked by Gale, dragon in disguise. He's okay now.
Is it working?
Oh no.
Thea puts her hand over his mouth and points at him. With us,
You have to -3 off of it.
yeah. Wish we could have caught you. I think that's 25. I might be one over.
You hear the audio come back, not the visual.
We both know you know.
Yeah.
Keep him safe. And quit disturbing me.
Holy fuck.
You get a response.
Oh my god.
She's just gonna hug Elmo because he's right next to her.
Sounded a little different.
Yeah.
It's probably playing a character, I guess.
No, hey, this is gonna be weird. But, you know how, everyone thinks that all those stories about on Mythos are like a fairy tale?
Because they are. Mr. Luck actually has most of the collection.
Do you know
Oh
why
my
Mr. Luck has most
God.
of the collection?
He's a storyteller.
Because he's on Mythos.
Your girlfriend was a dragon and your boss was also a dragon.
He's a dragon.
Surprise.
A good one, though. He just is kind of crabby.
You know, it probably is a sign of good luck that dragons like to be around you.
Is it? I died.
Well, that one's an especially
Who's the dragon
bad one.
here?
Oh.
Points to Pog.
Well, I know
He
that's
just kind of looked down a little.
She's kind of dragony.
Can you just
I'm
tell
not
me
gonna,
now
like,
if there's any other
turn-
dragons I should know about?
Those are the ones that we know about.
Right. I just. I
Yeah,
don't
sorry.
know what to
That's a
believe.
lot.
Thought I was a good read on people, and twice I've been fooled by two people that were very close to me.
We couldn't tell either.
Yeah, don't.
And we were looking for them. Like, really, really looking for them. And we couldn't tell. They can't tell each other.
Yeah, they ought to be real embarrassed right now on this. That is.
Yeah, you'd think they would have figured that out. How long have they been alive? They should have figured that shit out a long time ago.
Yeah. Like a hand gesture or something. If you want someone to know.
Did Gale ever interact with Luck in any weird ways?
Like ask anything about him?
She was a huge fan.
Okay.
Did they ever talk alone?
No.
Maybe neither of them knew.
She would ask.
Maybe, but
She would ask a lot about him,
seem...
and
Okay,
she really wanted to come on this trip.
right.
Okay.
I know that look. Please don't start blaming yourself.
No, I won't. I just. So, like, would disappear for periods of a time, and I feel a little stupid for not realizing.
It's people go on trips all the time. It's not that weird, especially bards. Like, you travel around and you tell stories. Like, that's your whole deal, right? Like, you travel all the time. It's
Feel
not
like
weird.
the fool in my own story.
Hardly.
No, you're not at all. Again, like I said, we were looking for them and we didn't know.
They were right under our noses. Even more so, we were
Multiple
attuned to
times.
them.
And we didn't know. Also, if you didn't really think he was real, why would you be looking for him? Like, do you know what I mean? That's not, everybody knows he's a story. Everybody knows that.
No, but Mr. Luck would talk about him as if he was real. In fact, he was a huge fan of him. It was very arrogant.
Of course he was.
Thinking about it now.
Of course he
Oh my
was.
god.
It's kind of
Dragons.
arrogant. That's kind of arrogant, yeah.
I mean, that's very dragon typical in our experience.
Oh, I feel like an ass, but appreciate you telling me as soon as you found out.
Do you have any questions for us about like what's going on, or like, are you?
Would it put me in danger
Okay.
to know?
Well, we won't tell you that part. Those things, I guess.
Just tell me if there's anything I should be worried about immediately. Otherwise, the information, I'd say keep it to yourself until you've dealt with it. And you can let me know all about it. The less I know, the better. In this case, ignorance
Alright.
is very, very much bliss. Except for if you know anyone else to be a dragon.
Sorry for uprooting your life like this.
You a dragon, Basil?
No, I would tell you. I can turn into things. Not a dragon yet, but that's different. I'm not a dragon.
Okay. That is what a dragon would say. He stands up. I'm just playing.
Okay.
I don't like this tunnel though, and I think
Yeah,
the sooner we get out of here, the better.
tunnels suck.
Let's go.
He walks alongside you, kind of pondering to himself. Spend the next day, unfortunate traveling down the tunnel. You start to realize you're coming closer and closer when a little further on, you'd see a tunnel opening to the side, both the left and maybe 100 feet up to the right. Almost like they've been dug out, cleanly dug, like wormholes almost. And down the tunnel to the left as you just pass it, you hear a song. And then almost like a bird singing in unison. I need everyone to make a charisma save, please.
Uh-oh. Jesus.
Oh, not again.
14.
It's channel Clint, dude.
I didn't. I mean, I guess no, I wouldn't have had a nat one. Actually, I guess I would. I rolled
You rolled a 0?
I technically I have the cloak of guarding, which gives me +1 on all my saves, but it won't
Okay.
save me
I rolled
against
a
the nat
3.
one or anything anyway. So
Timmy got a 22, Aaron got an 8.
18.
The
I
only
got a 5.
the only people to save it
Oh no.
Oh my
were
god.
Fia, Timothy, and Aaron. Oh, no, Aaron didn't save, did it?
Aaron got an 8.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay.
Timmy. Actually, technically, I didn't add his +3 to charisma. Technically, also Alma. You hear the songs.
Nice.
Everyone who failed. You start standing there enamored by it. They stop in their tracks. You notice around you, there is no lichen. There is no moss. There's no rubble, debris, no bones, no anything around this area. It looks completely picked from this tunnel to the next tunnel. Everyone who didn't fail, roll a perception check. Everyone else, you're considered charmed and incapacitated.
I'm gonna swear.
Yo, this song
Cool.
slaps.
Dude, what
Can
is
Pog
that?
make a
Like this.
Can
I
Pog make a
don't
check,
know.
or would he have been?
In 6
You can make a
seconds,
check.
Aaron snaps out of it because his stillness of mind,
Oh shit!
which he can end charmed and frightened every turn.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got an
Um,
18. Pog got a 22.
You would hear
No.
like thousands of feet coming from deep within the tunnel. Sound of claws. And then between this song, with no one who is charmed right now can hear, you hear like the sound of crows. And then you hear hundreds of them. All coming from down that tunnel. Thousands of
Oh,
voices.
hell yeah.
Everyone else, you're just hearing the soft sounds, almost like an Elvish song.
Beautiful.
You hear rumbling. What do you guys want to do? The charmed people are
hold
just
on.
staring.
I'm gonna go around everybody who's charmed, and first
We'll
I'll
try
try
to
it once. I'll do
drag them.
Dispel Magic on someone. On Scold. I'll see if it's a magical effect.
Just double check. You dispel magic on Scold. Scold, you come to. You now just hear the instead of the song. It
That's
sounds
not what I was listening to.
We gotta go. We gotta get them. We gotta go.
How many other people are charmed still?
Charmed.
I'm charmed.
Is it
Me.
3?
Fabia's
How much
vibing.
time
Almo
do we
made
have?
it, yeah?
yeah, almost.
Yeah,
Almost
Almo
fine.
made it.
Okay, I
What's
would
going
go 3 more times. I'll have to use a 4th level on one of them to dispel them.
If you do it on, well, no, never mind.
Okay.
If they can try to save again, Pog can help them. But
What's everyone else doing whilst Timothy's doing that? Because that's going to take him.
I'm gonna.
Yeah, it'll take me about 20
six-
seconds
yeah.
because it's 6 seconds each.
I can. I'm gonna tell everyone to fucking book it away from the fucking tunnel.
So where you
Right,
heading?
are we gonna-
So right now, you've got
Sorry, I'm
a
confused.
straight tunnel going ahead. You've got a tunnel to your left where everyone's just stopped. There's a tunnel broken into your main tunnel, like a
Yeah.
cave tunnel. And there's another one about 70 feet away from you on the right side. That's
But
broken
it looks
in.
broken in as well. It's
Yeah.
not like okay. I'm gonna look at Scold. Where do we go? Just straight ahead?
Can I roll for this?
Sure.
This is a survival.
Yep.
15.
The tunnel that's to your left seems to be kind of parallel to the one that is straight ahead on the right side, as if it was made by the same creature going forward.
Oh, okay, like that. It just went like it cut across,
Not left.
not left, not right.
We should go a direction for now, and I can try to find
Straight.
the fastest way.
I can drag someone. I can dimension door someone.
Scott will just put Basil and Fabia under each arm
We're just
while
vibing.
Shane heals.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll an athletics
blind
check
as
just to see how much it slows you down by.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
I do have powerful build.
Yeah. That'd be pulling and dragging, but because it's technically under a grapple effect, it would still be a little bit slow.
I mean, it says you count as once as large when determining your carrying capacity, so I'm still carrying them both.
That's mostly mechanically. That's for objects and whatnot. If you were to go and grapple a creature as medium size, still you still have to
24.
grapple. It's just to determine your speed of it. Okay, you can move at a 30 feet pace, not as a dash, grabbing both.
Okay. All right.
Nice.
Where the hell you
Everyone
guys
else-
going? Come on.
Who's left?
Just out of order.
Adderward is left, but I'm
Just
assuming Timothy
Adderward.
will just cure Adderward and then they'll run.
Okay.
You start running. You cure out a ward, and you hear this core sounds getting close. And you see one clamber out ahead of the pack, ahead of the flock as you're running off. You see it just come out of the tunnel. It is the size of probably about 5 and a bit feet. Great long claws, a large beak. Fear immediately comes back to you. having read those books from ages ago. This is a dire Corby. They are one of the greatest disasters in the Underdark.
Okay.
And entire
God.
cities move to avoid their flocking patterns.
Oh god.
They eat everything in their path. And you see one go and then start dashing towards the other tunnel.
I
You guys are
immediately
rushing
yell
forward.
that we're fucked.
What's the tunnel that we're going for? How wide is this tunnel?
It's
You're in the main one
tunnel.
right now, so it's
Yeah.
huge.
Are we going for a side one, or are we just running away straight line from the monsters?
If we run too, how long would it take to catch up to us?
I mean, they're going at a pretty fast pace, and this is just a scout. So,
Because I would say over the next
Couple
minute,
turns?
I want to use find the path.
Yeah,
If we have at least
if
a
we
minute.
find a side path, I can absolutely stone shape
Well,
it closed behind us.
So it sounds like they came from the right and we're going left because we heard the song on the left, right?
left
so like
and going right.
they're the ones that...
No,
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Whatever.
they come from the left. They're going.
And no matter what,
Yo.
as soon as I dispel the last person, I want to use a 6th level spell, Find the Path, to find the quickest, most direct route to Kongstoll.
Is that a minute casting time?
Yeah, so we'd be running for a minute.
So I'm gonna
They're going to get
let
closer.
everybody know.
Right now, it's within, they are within 60 feet of you, 70 feet of you, down that tunnel.
I could
as
wall of
we're-
force.
That'd be good.
The tunnel entrance.
Yeah, behind us.
Just give us
and
time to
just
get this
go.
minute, make sure we're
Yeah,
going the right way
It
before we
lasts
go.
10
Yeah.
minutes, so
All right, so
Right.
there's 3 forks. You told me not to go down the right one, Rojo.
I'll try and draw it for you.
How many scouts do we see?
You only see the one just come out of the thing.
But we heard hundreds, right? We heard
Yeah.
a lot.
Go ahead and I'll just draw this as a basic thing, and I'll show. Essentially, if this is the main tunnel, there is a there's a tunnel coming through like here, and then a tunnel like that over here. You've got the straight one going forward. So they're kind of adjacent. Well, not adjacent, they're kind of parallel in
Well,
terms of like they would go.
If we take, I don't know these creatures to know like how. I mean, obviously these are tunnels. Did they burrow these tunnels?
You would know,
Listen-
Thea, that they don't burrow themselves, but they basically change their flocking pattern.
Got
So
it. I will let everyone know that. And I will be like, there are a lot of them. Entire cities move to get away from them. We have to.
if we get into a smaller tunnel, I can seal the back, and if they come from the front, I can seal the front, and we can think of another plan.
So we're going this way,
Yeah,
Joe.
you're going northward at the moment.
And
they're coming out the bottom tunnel right now.
We're just gonna keep running then, because
Second
we're not going
one.
into that tunnel.
Comes up. They look to each other, and they start scanning the hall. You can hear the feet coming. What do you want to do?
do you guys want me to cast wall of force like here?
Hang on. How far away are those two scouts from us right now?
Probably at 50 feet? 40
50 feet. Adelward's gonna cast a. How big are these things?
5.5 feet tall each.
Adelward's gonna cast another 5th level sleep on them, on both
Okay.
of them,
Okay?
to try to knock out the scouts. So that's gonna be 74 split between both of them.
They both drop down on the floor.
We gotta block it and we gotta go.
Yeah, should I still a wall of force right where
Just
I
in
should?
case.
Okay,
It'll give me enough time to get this off, make sure we're going the right way.
perfect. I'm going to cast wall of force.
Across
Behind
the
us.
entire big
Yeah,
tunnel.
just across the.
Okay.
Does that sound good to you guys? Across the entire thing?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sebo. The wall of force comes up. You know, moments later, you just see them clambering all across, climbing across the cylinder of the wall, bursting out. 30, 40, 50, 60, hundreds.
Jesus Christ.
And they just start swarming down to the ground, rushing towards the other tunnel. A few of them look towards the wall of force and then immediately sprint at you and then slam into it. And they just start trying to grab it, but they can't climb up it. And
Holy fuck.
where you could see the entire tunnel, you now just see hundreds of them against it. And then you hear as they're kind of just trying to find routes around it. And they start heading down that other tunnel. They stand looking around, looking confused. Try and bite it. And then they start diverting their attention and going down the other tunnel. You see, they start to lose interest, but more and more just keep coming. What are you guys doing?
I have a plan.
It's like a proper migration of these things.
Yeah, this is thousands.
I think we tiny hut if we have a minute. I tiny hut again, and we
Wait it out.
What?
Yeah, I have to use a minute anyways.
No, we
Wait.
fucking go.
Timmy's
What?
gonna try to find the path.
if we're
that we-
tiny hutting, they can't see us.
Well,
we
Yeah,
will
but
be
they're
invisible.
gonna keep looking for us, though, right?
But we know if we just keep going forward, that's the way to Kongstoll.
If we
right?
tiny hut and they get in front of us, that's really bad.
Yeah.
We should just go, man. I think we run.
I mean, yeah, if we're able to go.
I think it
then-
depends on if this is the right path. If it's not, we tiny hut and wait.
Why would
8
it not
hours.
be? There's two
This is
paths
the
and
tunnel,
one was
though.
made by them.
We
Yeah.
don't know.
The thing
No,
is that
but-
are these
Make
guys
sure it's not
faster
the
on the
other-
ground than us, Joe?
Yeah.
Because
But
if
we
this tunnel
know-
loops back around in front of us already, the side one they're taking, they're going to cut us off.
I can wall of force again.
We do know too that this tunnel was built from where we just were to Kongstoll, right? So if we stay on the main tunnel, it's going to take us to Kongstoll. That's where it
Okay.
goes.
Here's what I want Edelward to do. I'm gonna have him cast Phantom Steed and make a steed for himself. He's going
Okay.
to try to get up in front, in case there's another tunnel up ahead on that side that they could come out of, and try to beat them to it.
Okay. You start riding up ahead. How big is your wall of force? How many things is it?
It's 10-foot by 10-foot panels. Yeah.
You start to see there's a couple smarter ones
Oh
climb
my-
up the wall,
Oh my
try
god.
and find a way over. What do you guys
How,
want to
wait,
do?
how tall is this tunnel?
100 feet.
We
Over
are
100
running.
feet? Okay. Yeah,
You
we're
want
running.
to turn and run? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can also, I could cast Seeming and make us look like gross dire Corbies, and maybe they will leave us alone.
If we get around a corner or something, that could be good.
But maybe they will think we are friends and want to say hi.
I think
and
we
be
are
like,
overthinking this. I think we should just fucking run.
Cousin Jimmy.
Two drop over the wall of force.
I mean,
So
we're
you
We're
guys are turning.
sprinting.
You're sprinting,
We're sprinting. Let's go.
looking around. You hit.
Can you cast and run at the same time?
Yeah,
I was
technically,
gonna
'cause you got
say,
moving
yeah. Can I
speed.
can I
Yeah.
shoot them while I'm moving?
Yeah. Do you want to shoot one? Go ahead.
Yeah. An 11.
Goes over one.
Shoot.
Yeah.
I'll throw a wall of fire across the tunnel so at
Smart.
least they'll take some damage.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah. You hear a few more climb over as you guys are sprinting. You're now about 60, 70 feet away. Adderwood, you keep riding. You don't see any other entrance as you go further and further on. You start to see in the distance the great doorways to Kongstoll.
Okay, Adelward's gonna double back to the others then.
Okay.
Unless it looks like it's close enough that I could get to Kongstoll and get help.
I mean, it's close enough that it's probably a good minute ride away from you.
Are the doors closed right now?
Yeah.
Because I'm also thinking we're gonna get to the door now. All of them are gonna be after us. The door won't
They're not
open in
gonna let us
time, and
open.
everyone's gonna fucking die. So actually, yeah, Adelward's gonna keep pressing towards the gate.
Okay. You just ride on the Phantom Seed going towards the gate. Everyone else, you're sprinting. You can see in the background, wall of fire comes up. You see a few of them so one of them drops down, burning from it. And suddenly 10 of them just swarm around, start tearing and eating it, ripping it apart.
gross.
In
Do
the
eat
2
everything.
seconds you look over your shoulder,
True.
there is nothing left. And you've got maybe 30 or so just start rushing in your direction, a little ahead of the crowd. Others are
Would
still at
they
the wall of
just
force.
wait to see who else goes through and dies so they can eat more?
No, they crawled around. They're a little far behind you. You guys are sprinting. They start
Yeah.
to try and make pace towards you. You doing anything else to slow them down?
Nope. We run, Joe.
Okay. You're just sprinting your way forward. You can see they're going to make pace in about... You get to about where Adderward is, and you see the gate in the distance. Adderward is closing on it. You look behind you, there's 50 now, just kind of clamoring. Some are closer. They'll get to you in about 30 seconds. You'll be 30 seconds away from the gate. Is there anything else you'd like to do before you
I'll voice of thunder, just a straight line, as many as I can.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll fireball as many as I can.
Okay. What's the range of fireball?
It is big. 150 feet.
Okay. Voice of
24
thunder
feet.
and okay, 27 damage. You see
Yeah.
as you just call back, you hear it rippling down the area. Burst through a couple of them as they're the closer ones. The others swarm around it. It buys you 10 seconds as they just start tearing and ripping into it.
Okay.
You're gonna get 20 seconds you have to cover off, so fireball. Adderward, at this point, as they're rushing forward, you skid next to the gate. The gates are shut in front of you. The great, massive, giant gates with runes all across them. Fireball hits. And you see more of them just swarm around the other ones. Others clambering over the others, rushing, tearing apart, ripping apart these other dead Corbies on the ground. What do you want to do, Adderward, or at the gate?
Adderward's gonna roar, open the fucking gate!
Roll. What are you doing? Are you just screaming it?
He's going to also, because we established that he's gonna use Booming Blade, and he's going to slam his spear on the ground.
Okay.
Through all his...
Go ahead and make a performance check.
Okay. I actually think that, coincidentally, I now have advantage on performance checks. Hang on, let me double check. I know something with Bladesinger gives me advantage. Proficiency. Okay, I have proficiency with performance now. It's a 12.
You feel like it doesn't ring through. Meanwhile, they are now rushing up. You've got another 10 seconds. They're going to catch up to you when you're like 10 seconds away. You're getting close towards the gate.
All of us are positive now this is the right way.
We can see the door, right?
Yeah, that's
you can see the
gate.
great.
Okay,
At this point, I'm going to do an insect plague behind us, so every single thing that goes through takes 4d10 damage.
Oh shit!
Yo.
Okay.
is this door stone?
It's made of like an ancient alloy. Stones around it.
Is the ground beneath it stone?
Yes.
Yeah, we're just gonna shape stone beneath the door and make a hole for us to get under. Fuck this, dude.
Okay.
I mean, no, that's a terrible idea. What the fuck?
They're not opening the door. You're all gonna die in
You're
a
gonna just
couple
create a
of
hole for the entire.
Well, then we could just shape it back
flop
up.
to
We
come
can
out.
shape it back up. It's no faster or slower than just closing and opening the gate. It's still one action, probably.
Would Skuld know how to? Skuld would know how to open the door, right?
It's not. It seems to be open from the inside.
I mean, is that or I teleport to the other side?
The insect plate comes up, by the way. It's going to buy you another 10 seconds. You see as many of them start getting chewed up, and then you just start tearing through and like just grabbing any insects they can out of the air and just munching on them.
They're eating the
gather around.
plague.
They eat everything. You see others kind of rushing past it. You now get up against the door. You got a turn to find your way through.
Yeah, Elroy's gonna shape. He's gonna shape stone underneath it.
Okay.
It's not going to be a large enough gap for more than like enough of them to get through that we can't, stop it.
Okay.
Either way, I think that's the best plan.
You shape the stone, shifting it. There's a gap just under it.
Howard points.
I'll go through.
Okay.
Go,
Skull will make sure everyone else gets through first.
One dashes up towards you, Skull, as you're doing it. One of the faster ones kind of gets within your range. As everyone else is kind of going under.
Okay. I'll club that fucker.
Go for it.
29 to hit, 15 blood.
Oh yeah.
You knock it. Drops down to the ground dead. Its neck breaks. A couple more start coming towards it. They see it on the ground. Everyone else has kind of gone under, I'm guessing.
I would be the last to go before Scold. How close are they to us right now?
There's a couple within like 30 feet now. They're going to get to you next time.
I just hit one. They're basically.
Yeah. You go. Adelward will go last, so we can close it behind him.
All right, Skull will go in.
Okay. Skull, you squeeze down through. It's a tight gap, but you push your way through and get on the other side. Adward,
Yeah, Adelward dives in and casts stone shape and closes it up behind him.
you see as one starts coming through, it just gets crushed in the stone. And then, moments later, you hear scratching at the gate. You see a couple of Krigven guards rush up towards you guys. What's going on?
Dire Corbies. A lot of them.
You hear them kind of just scratching against the gate. And minutes later, silence. As the boredom sets in, they don't see a way through. And the Corbies move on. A few more guards rush over. You can see like armor on them. The couple of them call out and blow a horn. You see one rush up, and you see the female Krigven step up, the one that kind of led the group. She rubs her eyes, tired, has just kind of been woken up, rushed over towards the gate. You made it.
Yeah, just.
You made it.
Just.
Everybody safe?
Nothing too problematic on the way here. A couple.
Oh, I guess they were all saved for us.
No, we lost a couple. But mostly we were fine.
Good.
Well,
We're here.
you stand in a massive kind of like stoned out cavern. Like it's carved out massively to be like almost staircases every now and then that lead up towards the end. Many side tunnels that lead to great rooms and this huge, almost like a large town in its settlement size with all these homes kind of built against the walls, but actually carved out the stone themselves. Pillars stand up against the walls. Giant runes just kind of told as stories against various walls. The runes you saw before now glowing all around here, illuminating the entire place in blues and greens. You stand in Kongstoll, you see elders walk past. You've only really heard of them. Maybe even your mountain's been visited by them. They wear more like robes across the side of their shoulders. And they mat their hair, so they barely have any normal fur. It's all just kind of braided and matted. Looped with various kind of stones with runes carved on them. An elder steps up, and the leader of the Krigden that led them here bows her head. This is the elder we've been listening to. He steps up. He seems to be older, his eyes kind of withered. And he nods his head towards you. I am Elder Velik. Welcome, Skulls, to Kongstoll. Follow me. He turns and begins walking down the massive hallway. You see staircases every now and then just to keep up with the elevation. The hallway seems like the tunnel goes all the way up to an edge where, peering out over a massive peak, wind blowing across it, around a circular staircase that leads up to a heightened chair, stands a great throne. The elder seats just on the lower end of it. You see the wisping of air around it, the blizzard of the snow outside whispering across it. But below it, and circling around the base of the actual chair itself, weaving around it into giant runes of its own, lava. You can see the holes in this mountain blowing in are kind of immediately evaporated from a great volcanic, just burning below, lava bubbling way below the king's seat. And the elder looks towards you, Scold. We haven't had a king in a long time. And I've heard you want to be the next one.
I seek the seat. Yes.
Then I will guide you. To gain the seat, you will need to win over all of the clans of the Krigven. It's about time the Krigven had a king. Let's get to it. And that's where we're in tonight's episode.
Yeah!
Yay!
Nice. Hell yeah.
Nice. Well, thank you guys for playing as always. And we'll be back. Actually, next week I think we will be playing still, unless anyone's got any Super Bowl plans. I don't know. I didn't imagine our group was Super Bowl-y. But
Bro,
yeah,
you fucking
me and the bros, we can do D&D next week.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'll make some nachos or something.
Yeah,
That
there you
feels
go.
like a Super Bowl
D&D
thing,
and
right?
nachos,
Yeah.
yummy.
But yeah, we'll be back for episode 78 next week, and see where the venture of putting Scold onto the Kongstoll begins.
Easy. We got this.
Lots of cool stuff to come. Yeah, that was our first fight in a while. It was fun. Seeing you
It
guys
was.
are very powerful now. Okay. Let's go ahead and go around, do our shout outs, and we can end up the night there, as we've already gone over 4 hours. So let's start with Mr. the Talkative one, Mr. Tomato Gaming.
Hey guys, me streaming on my channel Garlic Gaming on Twitch. Catch it every day of the week, dude.
The worst bit about that is you don't even have gaming in your Twitch name. So if someone now goes and looks up Tomato Gaming, they're going to be even more confused. Sam.
Hey. I'm not even on Twitch, dude. I stream on Facebook Gaming, so come check it out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good for you. Diversify.
Yeah.
Tomato stripping on Twitch. I'm sure he's playing Dying Light, and Tomato's probably playing a cursed game. Bree.
Hi.
Implying that Dying Light isn't fucking cursed as shit.
That's
by the
true.
way.
That's very true.
Let's carry on.
That's very
Sorry,
true.
Bree.
It is very cursed. I'm Bree. It's my birthday tomorrow. I'm doing a little
Happy
birthday
birthday.
stream on Tuesday. Thank you. Gonna do more Dark Souls 3. I'm actually getting really close to the end. I'm loving it. It's fantastic.
My favorite one, that one.
So, it's
What are
so
you gonna do when you're
fucking
done with
good.
that?
I'll probably
Reevaluate your whole
play
life.
Horizon Forbidden West when it comes out, and then Elden Ring. So
Cool. Dodger.
Hi everybody, I'm Dodger. You can find me at Dex Bonus on pretty much everything. I drink coffee and I play a game. And sometimes do crafty stuff. Also, shout out to my husband who threatens to divorce me in party chat almost every single time we play. Love you, baby. Ride or die.
Yeah, do you understand? Do you know why I threatened it?
I always get to read it afterwards. I never get to read it during.
You're gonna read up later and be fucking horrified.
Yeah.
it was really
I
fun.
look now, and I've got 70 messages to read in the party chat. I have no idea what I've got in store.
Brooke
I,
and
for
Bree
one, loved
need to be
it.
like locked
you.
up for 24 hours.
It wasn't for you, Sam. It was for Bree.
Yes,
The target
thank
audience
you.
loved it. So
Yeah.
Shane.
Hi, I'm Shane Hawk on everything. I don't know when I'm streaming next, but the next game I want to play is a new one called Seafood that just came out.
Yeah. Yeah, that
It
does
looks
look good.
really good. So I don't know when I'll stream it. I've been working a lot lately. Gotta make money for rent.
Yeah.
Shout
so
out to
much
Red.
fun.
Yeah, shout out to rent.
Anti-shout out.
Capitalism, dude.
Yeah.
OG.
No, I'm just sad because I remembered I have to pay rent. I'm OLG. I'm too sad to stream, too sad to tweet. Shout out to my dog who's slowly climbing up her dog stairs to come out onto the sofa to say goodbye. She's been standing at the door for the last 15 minutes looking at me like, I gotta poop. What are you doing? Why are you talking? No one else is here. So shout out to Saffron for being mildly patient.
Nice. Hello, I'm Joe Fudge. You can find me on this channel. I'll be streaming some more Dying Light this week, along with reading some homebrews every Tuesday. I do that on my channel. Otherwise, you can do !Patreon to find any of the GM notes of the week or any extra homebrew stuff, along with lots of lore and stuff I post up there once a week. And otherwise, you can join the Discord at !Godforged. If you like the art in the opening reel, any artist that kind of posts any fan art and stuff, we slap onto that opening reel. The wonderful Dodger edits it together every month or so, and then we put it up as the new intro. Otherwise, though, thanks everyone for playing as per usual, and I'll see you all next week. Have a wonderful birthday, Bree. Your
Thank
inspiration carries
you.
over. Don't worry. We made that
Aw,
rule when I
thanks.
realized no one was
Super
using it
Bowl, Bree.
before. And yeah, we'll
Perfect.
see you guys for episode 78 next week. Thanks, everyone, and bye-bye.
Bye.